Morning, everybody. We have three bills on the docket for this morning and one for this afternoon. We have several people who are attending to other business this morning from the committee. But people go back and watch hearings afterwards. So we can start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Balboni, would you lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So our first bill this morning is Senate Bill 102, making informational materials regarding type 1 diabetes available on the Department of Education website. And Senator Ward, the prime sponsor, is here. Welcome once again to the House side.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, thank you very much. I am here to introduce a bill on information on type 1 diabetes. Actually, I'm quite excited about it because things have changed, and now instead of having to wait until the kid is in acute ketoacidosis and ends up in the emergency room, if you see some of the symptoms and recognize them, you can actually do something ahead of time. And it's been a part of the American Diabetes Association to get ahead of it. So I'll start by giving you some basic information here. As you know, it happens mostly in young children, but type 1 diabetes can also occur in an adult. Sometimes after an overwhelming viral infection. It's not really clear yet how it starts, but it is devastating when it does. The people I have known with the type 1 diabetes mostly have been very young children, which is an incredible responsibility for the parents to take care of this child who doesn't know yet how to take care of himself. Then the adults will learn new techniques to take care of the insulin injection and everything else that needs to be done. The reason for introducing this is that having that information in the schools and for the parents and the teachers to read, it's helping to recognize some of the early symptoms of type 1 diabetes. I have no intention of adding any more work to the teachers, but I think many of the teachers are parents as well, and knowing or recognizing some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes can be incredibly helpful to get ahead of it before it gets too far. The School Nurses Association and the varying diabetes organizations strongly support this bill. What it really is an information, one-pager information on what are some of the symptoms. Watch out for it. So something happens, take a look at it and think diabetes. Increased thirst, frequent urination, maybe not being up to par all the time in school and you feel sort of sluggish. If you see something like that, talk to the parents, let them know what you have observed, and get help in ahead of time. Right now, there is also a new development. There is a blood test that you can have, which we didn't have 30 years ago, to actually detect the possibility of developing type 1 diabetes. And I think that's one of the very exciting things in the treatment of diabetes in general, that you can get hold of it early enough. So if you have a strong family history, you can test and see, am I likely to develop? Is any one of my children likely to develop diabetes? So this is what I'm here to present, to have some information available both for the parents and the teachers to recognize some of the early symptoms and do something before it gets too far and the kid ends up in the emergency room. I'm here, I can answer some questions.
Thank you very much, Senator. Any questions for Senator Ward? Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So there's information on a website, and then there's parents and nurses and teachers over here. what is going to get them to look at this website? Is there a National Diabetes Awareness Day, or what's going to get them from this to looking at the stuff on the website?
Where is it going to get the person who picks up the information? The information is going to be available on the DOE website. There's also be handouts, and I'm assuming that the school will have a board or something that they can put up these things. But I think mostly that you read about it and think about what some of the symptoms are and what it could be.
Follow.
Okay, so you think of flyers. I guess how do people know that it's on the website, except maybe just finding it there? Will they be directed to look at it?
I don't know how it gets on the website or who is going to, but I think that just if you talk about it in school and you have this in school and you have the website address, parents should be able to look it up. But you're not going to get the management of diabetes from the website. It's just these are the symptoms and look for help, because you do need to talk to your physician for for the management of it, of the treatment.
Thank you. Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. To follow up on Representative Dry's question, would you be open to an amendment that would just direct superintendents at the start of a school year to include this link in their opening newsletter type of thing? Or would you just hope that they would do that naturally?
Are you asking if there are other things that should be on the thing besides type 1 diabetes? No.
No, I'm asking if, what I'm asking is, would you direct superintendents when they send out their big start of the school year newsletter to say, parents, please be aware that, or just for your information, there's information about this on the state website. Like, I'm just trying to figure out how parents, again, this goes back to Representative Dry's question, would know to look for this.
I think any information by any school personnel that can get out there and help the rest of the staff and parents to be aware of it, I think is helpful, whether it's the superintendent or the principal or the lead teacher or what have you. The thing is to get the information out.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So this strictly is for informational purposes and not to be used as a diagnostic tool, correct?
Strictly information so that you are aware of some of the symptoms and can do something, not to treat it.
Thank you. And follow?
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my additional question. So just out of curiosity, what was the impetus for you to put this bill in, Senator? Have we had situations in New Hampshire that prompted this?
Well, New Hampshire ranks 8th in the type 1 diabetes in children, which is not a good thing. So obviously we have a lot of cases. And I think that one of the impetus for this thing was not only to raise awareness that diabetes happens and what to do about it, but there is a new test out that can actually diagnose ahead of an emergency situation. I think that was one of the reasons that you can do something before it goes to really a bad situation.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator,
Thank
for
you.
bringing this forward. Kyriakis is next. Thank you very much. And if you just press the silver button and the red light will go, there you go. Thank
Perfect. Can you hear me?
you. Yep.
Good morning, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Kyriakis Papasavas, and I am a co-founder and president of the Dartmouth Diabetes Link, representing the Diabetes Leadership Council to testify in support of SB 102. Type 1 diabetes is the second most common autoimmune disease in children and young adults. Unlike type 2 diabetes, it is not caused by lifestyle factors and cannot be prevented. The warning signs, such as extreme thirst, frequent urination, sudden weight loss, and fatigue, can be subtle and easily overlooked, leading to delayed diagnosis. I was very fortunate to have a father as a physician. During our vacation in the Dominican Republic, he recognized these symptoms, and after a quick blood test at the local clinic, he confirmed the suspicion. I was back in the United States the same day, beginning treatment before any serious complications could develop. Following my diagnosis, my younger brother was screened for autoantibodies, markers that can appear in siblings of children with type 1 diabetes before any symptoms appear. And this is the test that Senator Ward was referring to earlier. Unfortunately, like my friend Costin, who will hear his testimony shortly, 1 in 3 children with type 1 diabetes are not diagnosed until they experience life-threatening diabetic ketoacidosis. Most children do not have parents working in the medical field, underscoring the importance of informing parents and educators on the early signs of type 1 diabetes. This bill has the potential to raise awareness, increase the rate of early screening, and help prevent severe complications. Furthermore, early detection of type 1 diabetes gives patients the opportunity to enroll in clinical trials investigating and developing new treatments. The earlier we catch type 1 diabetes, the better the outcome for children and families. I urge all of you to support SB 102 to help protect the health of students in New Hampshire. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Is there a National Diabetes Awareness Day or anything that's similar to that?
So yes, it's actually on November 14th is World Diabetes Day. Yes. Any other questions?
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being
Thank you
here.
very much.
Victoria, is it Como?
Thank you.
Sorry. Good morning, esteemed members of the committee. I'm honored to speak with you today. My name is Victoria Cosmo. I'm a freshman at Dartmouth College and a proud member of the Diabetes Link organization. I was diagnosed with diabetes when I was 14 years old and suffered dire symptoms like headaches, thirst, weight loss, and even fainting spells that made it difficult to function normally as a teenager and community member. Due to my athletic involvement at the time in the form of 3 competitive teams, my symptoms were waved off, believed to be the consequences of a strict training regimen. However, when another fainting spell occurred on a road trip with my family, I was rushed to the hospital where I discovered that I was in a late stage of ketoacidosis. When first diagnosed, I was told that had I not come in, I would have passed away within the next week according to the acid buildup in my bloodstream. Yet my symptoms, because they were submerged and non-publicized, went unrecognized by my guardians, coaches, and peers. Through this bill, I believe this lack of awareness could be mitigated, preventing many from having a similar experience to mine. Because of this, I fully support the passing of Senate Bill 102, and I hope to see its effects in the future. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions as well.
Any questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. You said it fast. What kind of group is it that you have at Dartmouth?
Oh, it's called the Diabetes Link organization. It's both for diabetics and people who are more interested in learning about what the experience of having diabetes as a student is. And we promote and endorse a lot of events and speakers in order to grow awareness on campus for the diabetic experience.
Follow up?
Yes.
Are there a lot of students that are diagnosed with diabetes at Dartmouth?
Yes, there are many, especially in our most recent class. Surprisingly, a lot.
Thank you.
Of course.
Does the Link Group have a website or anything like that?
We have an Instagram.
Instagram? Okay.
Yeah. We're also doing a public 5K within, I think it's May 5th. And it's going to, May 10th. I'm sorry. And it's going to be wonderful. So if you guys have any ideas on promoting that.
Great. Thank you. Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I wonder whether you and the members of your organization are familiar with Elle Shaheen and her story. Her mother, Stephanie, has been a huge advocate for the diabetes community. Elle was diagnosed as an 8-year-old, and they wrote a book. She did a tour around it. Elle is now a graduate, but I'm wondering if you guys are familiar with her and how she might be able to assist you. She's been involved with the Jocelyn organization out of Boston.
Well, thank you. I'm not extremely familiar with her story, though I've definitely heard the name, and it would be lovely to be in contact with her potentially. Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Terry.
Thank you. This is in the realm of wanting to have a better awareness of type 1 diabetes. I had a member of my family, very young age, developed type 1, but I haven't really known that many people with type 1 diabetes. So appreciate you said that you were diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 14.
Yes.
Did you ever inquire as to whether or not there was any information that could be provided to you with respect to any kind of triggering events? I mean, like, why did this happen at 14 instead of 2 or never?
Well, really, there is no like medical explanation in terms of the cause. I know that I'm the first person in my bloodline to have it, which is very interesting because typically it can be tethered to like a genetic abnormality, but at this time there is no idea of like a triggering event. So,
Sorry, thank you.
thanks.
Representative Nayo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming before us. In through your years of school, is there any curriculum or in a science or anything classroom atmosphere that they touch on any of the subjects of diabetes at all?
Truthfully, I have not spoken about diabetes in an educational setting, especially within high school, because there's not a great awareness on it. I genuinely think a lot of students don't really recognize the difference between type 1 and type 2. That is how like it's really not mentioned at all. So having to constantly explain to my peers that no, it's not because I ate too much sugar or because I didn't exercise enough that this has happened. And also I think there's a lack of consciousness on the responsibilities that come with it. I went to high school in a public district in Massachusetts, and a lot of times I had to argue for my accommodations, which was difficult to do so in front of my peers and in front of my teachers, who I hope to have a better understanding of it at the time, because it's very difficult to advocate for yourself, especially when you are on the younger side. I remember being 15 and having to sit with my math teacher because he was angry that my phone had beeped during an exam. And I had to explain to him that no, it's not a text message. And yes, I did have to leave immediately, and it wasn't to cheat on the exam. It was because I had to. And that's part of becoming diabetic is not just the responsibilities that are medical, it's also recognizing the changes in your character. You have to be emboldened and you have to be courageous. So I do think that this bill would be extremely beneficial because at the time I wish I could have had somebody who recognized it early on to empower me to seek help.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this awareness out.
Of course.
Further questions? I was just wondering if this bill does get signed into law and the Department of Education puts some information up on their website, do you think your group would advocate to having the college linked to that information as well?
Yes, again, these two are co-founders and presidents, but as somebody who really believes in this work, I would personally put it out as well as I can, and also speak to my professors who I know are supportive of endeavors like this to really get the information out, because I know it's easy to say that, oh, it's a website and nobody will look at it, but even just one person looking at it, if that helps a child in the future, then that's a good impact, and that's worth it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Of course.
Next is Costin Autry. If you just, here you go. Thank you.
Awesome. Yes, thank you all for meeting here today, and good morning, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Costin Autry. I'm also a freshman at Dartmouth College, and I'm a founder and co-president of the Dartmouth Diabetes Link up at Dartmouth. I'm here today on behalf of the thousands of diabetics living within the state of New Hampshire, on behalf of the Diabetes Leadership Council. In my 8th grade summer, a series of changes fundamentally redefined my identity. I drank water, yet I was always thirsty. I ate food, yet I lost over 20 pounds within 1 month. I started to see each rib protruding from my chest. I was constantly tired. I fell asleep for 2 days straight, and that's when my parents finally noticed something. I vaguely remember the drive to the ER, and as my head rested against the window, I drifted in and out of consciousness and thought, why can't this pain stop? The ER received me and determined that I, unlike some of my colleagues that have spoken before, was in a dangerous state called diabetic ketoacidosis. A couple of days later, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, a disease that has no known cure. I built in a regimen of insulin and carb counting into my daily life. Over 1 million Americans share similar stories. Some aren't as lucky, and they do pass away before this disease is caught in a timely manner. But this doesn't have to be the case, especially for a state like New Hampshire. This bill empowers families to recognize the signs of diabetes, reducing the needless emotional and physical toll of this disease's onset. That, in turn, I believe makes New Hampshire a better place, which is why I and countless others are proud to support Bill SB 102. I yield my time to questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And it's nice to see you again. We met at the Senate hearing. Just for sake of clarity, my son was diagnosed with type 1A diabetes at the age of 18. And we had spoken a little bit about and how your parents might have felt. And how do you feel something like this would do you feel that something like this could have helped your parents in terms of helping you? Because I know with my son, I noticed everything that you were talking about, but attributed it, like your parents, probably to something else. He was athletic, he was busy, he was, he was a teenager. He didn't sleep much anyway. So do you feel that something like this could really help parents like me?
I strongly do. And I think my parents would honestly agree that, again, like you described, a lot of the symptoms of diabetes, such as being like excessively sleepy or just having sleep disruption in general, being excessively hungry and thirsty and losing a lot of weight, are really just associated with the onset of adulthood. And so whenever you publish educational material out like this, it helps key in like both parents and maybe even like schoolmates and friends within the school community, and also just teachers who are seeing these students day in and day out, to be on the lookout for these signs, these symptoms. And even just something as simple as a website, again, as has been mentioned before, if that even encourages one person to speak out when they see someone that they think might be going through these situational changes, and that catches someone from having to go through the traumatic events of diabetic ketoacidosis, I think that that's an impact that's worth having.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for advocating on behalf of young students like you. And I do know that one of the biggest things that my son had difficulty with was the transition. And what you're doing here is wonderful, because it's one thing to be diagnosed your senior year in high school and then having to live with the the carbohydrate counting and everything. It just changes your life. So it's wonderful that you've got that group. So thank you for coming.
Anything further? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify on Senate Bill 102? I'm sorry, you had a question? I'm sorry. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for bringing us aware of this. And it seems like diabetes seems to be, maybe just, I don't know if it's more awareness or it's just an explosion of it. I do have a friend that has an Australian Shepherd, and every time she has an incident, he puts her paw on her leg, and on type 2. And doing research on it, would it be the same for type 1?
Yes, so like currently there are like service animals are an option that people opt in for. So most of my friends, there's been a lot of like revolutionary technology over the past couple of years, such as continuous glucose monitors. Like I'm wearing one right now on my right arm. And so a lot of like the similar things of like detecting when your blood sugar is having an issue has been like moved to either digitally now, but like oftentimes a lot of the solutions that like work for type 2 diabetes also work for type 1, like is the solution you mentioned. And like even this educational bill will help people even potentially be aware of, if someone's phone does go off in the middle of class, as has happened to me and again my friends that have testified here today before, it helps maybe key in those people that, this isn't something like that's just abnormal or something that's like fully within the student's control. This is a consequence of a disease or an illness that student can't control.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. There was no one else who wished to testify? Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Good morning, and no apology needed, Chair. I really literally just ran in here. I'm State Representative Hope Damon, Sullivan District 8. I'm also a retired dietitian diabetes educator, and I am here to vigorously support this bill, which I'm a co-sponsor of. And since I have not heard the hearing due to other commitments, I don't want to be redundant. I think I'll just say if anyone has questions related to diabetes, be happy to be a resource on that now or going forward in the discussion.
Thank you very much for rushing up.
It happens.
Any question for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much. Why don't we wait till after we close the hearing? With that, we'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 102, and in a few minutes, we'll open the next hearing on Senate Bill 211. Thank you very much. We'll get started again with the next bill, which is Senate Bill 211 relative to biological sex in student athletics. And the prime sponsor is here, Senator Avard. Thank you very much, Senator. Good to see you again.
Christine, thank you for this wide chair. I need to lose weight. I heard the laughter. All right. For the record, I'm Senator Kevin Avard. I am the prime sponsor of this bill, and as you can see, we do have a lot of co-sponsors on it. This seems to be a national topic, and people are really concerned. I know that a number of my constituents wanted us to do something about it in the previous election, so I definitely put this bill in. And as you can see in the analysis, this bill requires school sports teams to be expressly designated as a male, female, or co-ed, and it prohibits biological male students from participating in female-designated sports or entering into female locker rooms. And it creates also a cause of action for athletes harmed as a result of the violation of these requirements. It's nothing more complicated than that.
Good.
And I'm willing to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Senator. Questions for Senator Avard? Yes, Reverend Sully.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. How many trans athletes do you know?
How many trans athletes
Yes,
do I know?
personally.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, may I ask a follow-up?
Follow up.
Are you aware that for, especially at the middle school level, and for most high school students who are participating in sports, that the trans athletes who participate, unless someone were to pull down their pants, no one would actually know that they were a trans athlete?
I believe you believe that.
Questions, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. Are you aware of all of the national headlines out there where there have been serious injuries with biological males playing in female sports?
Very serious.
Thank you.
Yes. We've also seen articles where some teams that have biological males on both sides, on opposite teams, actually rose to the pinnacle and actually were competing against each other in some of the sports. And it's just raising some eyebrows. And so one of the things this bill does, it does separate through biological means. It also allows for co-ed. So with the co-ed, it does allow you to, enter at your own risk, if you will. And it doesn't exclude that. If the schools want to have a co-ed, then they go in knowingly. And that is part of the, what we have here. And so, but what we're trying to do is we're trying to protect biological females from biological males who do have an advantage. Even if they're using hormone blockers and things of that nature, they still may have an advantage. And so in regards also to the locker rooms, it does protect their privacy. And if that is violated, this gives a cause of action.
Thank you. Further questions for the Senator? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. On line 19, that any team sport designated for females shall be only open to females, students of the female sex. But on line 21, it says any team sport or event designated for males shall be open to students of either sex. So girls can play on boys teams, but boys, and I don't understand why you would have differences on each team.
Well, because biological males do have, in most cases, a physical advantage over females. It does open it up for females if they want to compete in a male sport. Again, it's enter at your own risk, but I'm open to change that if you'd like.
Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Senator, for
Thank
bringing
you,
this
committee
forward.
members. Appreciate it.
Next is Michael Haley.
Good morning, committee members.
Yep.
There we go.
Great,
Good
thank
morning,
you.
committee members. My name is Michael Haley. I am from Derry, New Hampshire, and I also work for GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders. I'm here to oppose this bill. The principal reason that I am speaking to oppose this bill is that the New Hampshire legislature passed and the governor signed a very similar bill last year. The only material difference between the bill last year and this year is that this bill also includes college sports. And that bill, or that law, was immediately challenged by our organization and by the ACLU New Hampshire last summer, and a federal judge in New Hampshire found that the law was likely unconstitutional, violated the Equal Protection Clause, and violated Title IX. And so if this law were to pass, we would find ourselves in exactly the same situation. Again, we would be before the same federal judge who would likely reach the same result because the text of the bill is the same. And so this is all sort of a waste of time, to be blunt. The court process is currently going on. It also involves a challenge to the executive order on women's sports from the president. And so until that litigation is resolved, there's no reason to think that this bill would meet any different fate than the bill that passed last year. So rather than kind of go through the same exercise again, we'd recommend that you mark this bill inexpedient to legislate. And if the legislation is successful in our favor, the law will be invalidated. If it's not, then the law will go forward. So there's really no benefit to passing this bill. And the last thing that I will say is that we share the concern about safety and fairness in women's sports. Absolutely. The issue here is that a total ban on transgender participation in women's sports is what the federal judge found to be violating the Constitution and violating Title IX. There are things other than a complete and total ban that can potentially survive constitutional inquiry, survive Title IX, not subject the state to expensive litigation. And we are happy to have those conversations about how to reach that happy medium that is not going to open the state to that litigation, but also will ensure that sports are safe and fair for all players and that they are inclusive of transgender athletes. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? I was just wondering if you have the name of the case that is pending now?
Yes, it's Terrell and Termel versus Edelblut.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Terry?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Are you aware of an incident that occurred not long ago at the Shepherd Middle School in Deerfield, Illinois, where middle school girls were forced to undress in front of a biological male in the locker room?
I'm aware that no issues of that type were reported in New Hampshire, and that prior to HB 1205 being implemented, the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association had a policy that was one of those middle ground compromise positions, and that did not result in safety and fairness issues and privacy issues here in New Hampshire.
Follow?
Yes.
So would your organization be of the view that it would be a violation of a person's constitutional right if that person identified as a male, identified as a female, and wished to use a girl's locker room? Would that be a violation of that person's constitutional right in your view?
I would say that my view doesn't matter. What matters is what the federal courts have said, and that four courts of appeals have found that the rights of cisgender athletes to not have their private spaces, not have transgender athletes in their private spaces, is not a violation of those cisgender people's rights.
Well,
one more.
So thank you for rehearsing to me the history of litigation in the courts. What I'm asking is the position of the ACLU. Did you take a position in any of these cases that you're aware of? And what is the position of the ACLU?
I'm sorry, Representative. I don't represent the ACLU. I'm here with Gladlaw.
I'm sorry. I thought that you were handing out a
both of our names are
from ACLU.
Our names are the one right to the side of that.
Okay,
We're both.
So you're not. What's the position of GLAD legal advocates, GLBTQ legal advocates and defenders with respect to the question I just gave you?
That it does not violate the rights of cisgender individuals to share a restroom or a locker room with someone who is transgender.
Great, thank you.
Representative Litchfield, did you have a question? Okay, thank you. Anything? Don't see any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Jennifer Smith?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing testimony. I am a physician. I am also someone who studied public health and pretty good at reading different things. And I know there's a lot of misinformation out there. I'm also, probably you all know that, I'm transgender female. This is a really hard subject because there's so much misinformation spread around. The fact is that transgender people are real and fit into the same spectrum as people who are born intersex. The intersex may only be at the level of the brain and the spirit, but that's real. And for those people who think that doesn't exist, I'd refer you to the Gospel of Matthew, because Jesus clearly knew it existed. Chapter 19, verses 11 and 12. But to get to the medical issues, little trans girls are clearly not a danger to anyone else. They do not have testosterone advantages. That's the primary male hormone. In fact, they have disadvantages because lots of women have considerably more testosterone than average women, and these girls have none if they're on puberty blockers or trans-sex hormones. None. And I know several of those girls, including at least one of the plaintiffs in the case that was referenced. You can't tell the difference. And so, as has been noted, are you planning to have someone who comes from another state where the birth certificates are changeable and you cannot distinguish, pull down their pants because they're still at an age where they're on puberty blockers and cannot access surgery? I just think this is ridiculous. But I also think that given this is an extension to collegiate level, we need to talk about advantages and disadvantages of people who did go through male puberty. Unfortunately, I was subjected to that, and I think these bills that ban puberty blockers, which I plan to speak on again, I've already spoken on, are asking for all of us who are trans to have to be subjected to male puberty, which we would rather not have, and then go through all the consequences of that, which for many ends up including substance abuse, suicide, etc. I got lucky for a number of reasons, which we could talk about if you want to ask the questions, but I just think people get this idea that males who have gone through gender transition still retain a lot of advantage. There is a lot of variability, and if you follow women's sports, you would know that. I was a varsity soccer player. I cannot imagine on a pretty good team in college, and I can't imagine trying to compete with the women's national team. They are incredible, and they are very, very physical. So these things are not immutable. And when you go through transition, the loss of testosterone makes a huge difference. I can speak to that personally. I was only 50 at the time I lost all my testosterone. You lose a lot of strength pretty quickly. And I never was taller than a lot of women. I've shrunk a little, unfortunately, like a lot of women do. And I have tennis team members that I play with who are taller than me, stronger than me, faster than me. Leah Thomas, who is sort of everybody's case study for, oh, she had an unfair advantage, actually swam faster as a guy 2 years before the one race she won, and she lost several others, like 5th place, etc., in an NCAA swimming match. You know, it's kind of silly to say, oh, that was an unfair advantage that she won one race. That means a transgender athlete can't excel, period. And I don't think that makes sense. So let the sports bodies decide. Do they want a year of hormones? Do they want 2 years? Are they going to say, well, if you've got certain amounts of physiologic attributes which are very unusual among women who are not transgender, then maybe we're not going to. But these sports bodies have trouble. We're still, I don't know how many years, 7, 8 years since a woman raised as a woman who turned out to be intersex was winning a lot of track meets, and the authorities in South Africa and other places still don't know what to do about that. So this is kind of very targeted at trans girls, and I think it's a mistake, and I think you ought to not do it. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Would it surprise you to know that my daughter, who played both soccer in elementary school and swam on the swim team through middle school, with a trans child and also many children who were not trans, was less successful at those sports because she was tiny versus because of anything the trans child did, who also actually lost most of the events?
It would not surprise me at all. I was kind of small before I went through a fairly delayed puberty at 14. And I never was picked first for teams, even though I'm quite athletic. It took going through that puberty to make a difference. And because I am very interested in sports and athletics, and I was raised in the 50s and 60s, that sort of gave me some solace over not being female. But I eventually wasn't all that happy about having become a, quote, cisgender male. And it played havoc in my life in many ways. And when I finally
Thank you very much.
looked into things,
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
okay.
David Trumbull.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for having me. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware, and I oppose this bill for a couple reasons. First of all, I think that we should support the value of inclusion for all people in sports. Access to sports provides physical and emotional well-being. It gives athletes the chance to work with teammates and meet people from other teams and to travel. There's also carryovers beyond sports. Policies that promote inclusion in sports carry over to making a more inclusive environment in our society. And also there's the legal rights. New Hampshire passed strong laws in 2018 protecting the rights of transgender people. Second, I think that this bill, we should look to the International Olympic Committee. They have a 3-part guideline as to how they're resolving this issue, and they've been working their standards. First is access, second is competition, and third is safety. So they want to make sure that athletes have the right to access to participate. Second, they want to make sure that competition is fair. And third, they want to ensure competitor safety. I talked about access under inclusion. As for safety and competition, at the very least, I think it should be agreed that any transgender girl who begins to transition before puberty and is on medication consistently for 12 months would not have any competitive advantage. There would be no safety advantage because they would not have gone through male puberty. They would be on medication. That's not just my assertion. However, there is studies to that effect. There's a lot of them, but I'll give you the Canadian Centre for Ethics in Sport in 2022. They did an 11-year review of all of the literature, academic literature on this subject. And here's what they said. There is no firm basis available in evidence to indicate that trans women have a consistent and measurable overall performance benefit after 12 months of testosterone suppression. The review suggests that sports should support inclusion of trans women in the female category in sport until there is robust and peer-reviewed evidence that it is not safe or fair for other competitors. So at the very least, instead of an all-out ban, you could carve out an exception that says if a trans girl makes the transition before puberty and is on medication for 12 months, they would have the right to compete. And that would certainly be directly to New Hampshire. We have 4 trans girls competing in sports in our high school. We have, what, 50,000 high school students, 4 of them. They all, as far as I believe, would meet that definition. There's no reason to exclude them. They're not a safety risk. There's no competitive disadvantage, but it certainly would promote access. The larger issue that troubles me is that I feel that this bill, I know we try to look at each bill in and of itself and not take it into account all the other bills. But when I look at all of the trans bills that are out there, it's hard to not see them as a constellation of bills that is moving in one direction. That's to eliminate trans people from civic life, to make them so that they don't exist in this state. They should go away. And that is
Let's stick to this bill then.
okay. I'm trying. I'm seeing it as a constellation of bills, and I think that together they
We don't vote on things as a constellation though, so let's stick to this bill.
Okay, so for this bill, just again say 4 students in New Hampshire out of 50,000. In college, this bill does go over to college. The NCAA president testified in front of Congress just a couple months ago, and he said that out of 500,000 student athletes attending NCAA schools, fewer than 10 are transgender. So that's like 1 out of every 50,000. We're not talking about a lot, but those few should have the right to access. And the other group you look at is the Olympics. I just got this book. It's called Who's Afraid of Gender by Judith Butler. But she mentions that at the Olympics in Tokyo, there were only 3 trans athletes out of 10,000. So we're not talking about a huge number of people. But the impact of this bill is to say to the public, trans people are scary. You should be afraid of them. We should treat them differently. And I say trans people are not scary and we should not treat them differently. They're human beings and we should treat everybody with respect. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Trumbull? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mary Wilkie?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Mary Wilkie. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm opposed to this bill. I'm not any kind of expert on this issue. I just, as a member of the community, I just feel the need to stand up and say that there has to be a better way to protect the safety of all athletes than by banning a whole class of people from girls' sports teams. I find it ironic that many lawmakers who support a whole expensive second system of publicly funded education based on the idea that every single child's needs should be individually addressed, and they don't think that public schools do that, now want a blanket rule based on the premise that every trans girl has a built-in athletic advantage regardless of her individual characteristics. Between this and other bills, it feels like the whole weight of the government is coming down on this small group of people who already face extraordinary challenges in their lives. And as a member of the community, I don't want my government to be doing that. Many years ago, my daughter played on a community basketball team in middle school. One of her teammates, a cisgender girl, was over 6 feet tall. My daughter was 5'2". Obviously, this girl's height was a huge advantage to her. And also, physical contact between her and my daughter, had they been on opposite teams, would probably have resulted in a more likelihood of injury than if she weren't so tall. But no one suggested she be kicked off the team. And if all things were exactly the same, but you found out that her birth certificate said that she had been identified as male at birth, this bill would have prevented her from playing. If the real issue is safety, and I understand there are real questions about safety, but then maybe more neutral policies should be considered. Maybe people 6'2" shouldn't be playing with people 5'2". Maybe that's a safety issue. I just question why so much attention is being focused on this group of people. Before we adopt a discriminatory policy that realistically applies to just a handful of people in our whole state, I'd like to see us focus on other safety issues affecting children, like whether the Office of Child Advocacy will be dismantled, whether thousands of children will lose their health care because their parents can't afford an income tax on their Medicaid, whether children will continue to go hungry in schools because paperwork keeps them from getting free lunch.
May we stick to this bill, if you would? Thank you.
Okay. When New Hampshire adopted its anti-discrimination bill, RSA 354A, It set out the reasons for doing so in the preamble, which says, discrimination not only threatens the rights and proper privileges of its inhabitants, but menaces the institutions and foundation of a free democratic state, and threatens the peace, order, health, safety, and general welfare of the state and its inhabitants. I would like to see this group of trans athletes protected from unnecessary discrimination, and therefore I ask you to please vote ITL on SB 211. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Wilkie? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. So I wasn't going to be testifying on this bill until I just decided to. So I wrote a little something here. I fully support this bill for multiple reasons. Women fought for thousands of years for the right to vote, sports, and much, much more. Biological men have been infiltrating women's sports and private spaces and absolutely dominating throughout the country. It is absurd that we even have to have this conversation. Where are we going as a society? What are we doing? We're reverting back in time and stripping women from their rights as well as their privacy to accommodate men who want to compete in women's sports. What does this say to our daughters? They have to grow up and worry about never being able to win or be able to be in a private bathroom because they will have to compete against biological men. This bill also has a section for co-ed. I fully support that. Absolutely get behind it. Meaning those who are not who are trans or not can compete together collectively in a separate league. I'm absolutely in favor of these co-ed leagues, but keep women's sports men free. To close, I will be voting in favor of this with the utmost joy to protect biological women in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I was just not sure about how many school districts in New Hampshire offer co-ed sports. Do you know?
So that I'm not entirely sure, but I would like to see all of them. All of them have an option, even if it's a county, like a county co-ed league, something that everyone has the access to.
Follow up? What I'm thinking about is who are they competing with? You know, if you only have 2 school districts that offer co-ed teams, then we don't have much of a league, right? So I'm trying to, that's why I asked, you know.
It's kind of similar to the school choice option when it comes to sports choice. So people from different districts, for instance, who want to compete in the co-ed league could travel to that school, for instance, and then it would be provided. I mean, it's just, this is about getting the conversation talked about and worked on, because I would love to see this happen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Do you have any documentation or evidence of specific incidences in New Hampshire of people who are cisgender males?
I'm not sure what that term is, cisgender.
People who were assigned male at birth, who continue to believe that their bodies are male, who pretended to be transgender for the purposes of harassing women. Do you have any proof of it besides just rumors?
Throughout the country, yes.
No, I
I
said
have so
specifically
many
in New Hampshire.
situations.
I asked in New Hampshire.
In New
Evidence
Hampshire? Not with me.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on Senate Bill 211? Yes.
Hi.
If you could press the button on there, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Betsy Harrington. I'm from Deering. I was a hockey player growing up. I played boys hockey my whole life. I didn't have any opportunities to play girls hockey because there weren't any. I was the first girl in Massachusetts to ever play Division I ice hockey on the boys team. I went on to try out for the Olympics. My freshman year, actually my sophomore year, I made the varsity team in my school. And after I had played that season, they made a new rule that said that there would be no co-ed sports anymore because in field hockey, 5 boys were playing on the girls field hockey team. And I was also playing field hockey and understood why the rule was there because we were getting hurt on the field hockey team. So we needed that law, but then it pushed me out. So then I went back and sued the state and actually won and played hockey for the rest of my time in high school. Went on to try out for the Olympics many years later because the Olympics, there was no women's hockey in the Olympics when I first graduated from high school. I was 26 when I got invited to try out. But that was a big deal, and I don't think any of that would have happened if I didn't have the opportunities that I had. And I think that having a strictly girls team is really valid, important, and needs to be. I needed that. I needed a girls team to play on. And when I didn't have that opportunity, I was abused. My whole experience wasn't this wonderful thing where I went through high school playing boys hockey and everyone was really welcoming and awesome. It wasn't. It was a whole ton of abuse on so many levels, physical, emotional. They spit on me, physically spit on me. Kids on my own team. They didn't want me there. Nobody did. But I wanted to be there. I wanted to play, and I worked hard enough to be able to be on that team. I was good enough to be on that team. My thoughts about allowing trans people playing on teams that don't ally with their biological sex, I really think it needs to be a co-ed designated team. I don't see it being helpful to girls. I think we're hurting girls by allowing men into women's sports.
Thank you very much.
Any
Questions for Ms. Harrington? Seeing none,
I
thank you
appreciate
very
your time.
much.
Thank you.
Representative Damon?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair and committee. State Representative Hope Damon, Sullivan District 8. This is a hard bill. It's a hard concept. Throughout time, people have always feared the unknown and the unfamiliar. Countless examples of that I won't spend your time citing, but we can all reflect and recognize that. I'm a feminist. I'm a mom of 2 adult daughters and a grandmom of, editorial comment, the cutest granddaughter in the world. And I am vigorously opposed to this bill. I do not see it as making anyone safer. Rather, what we're doing is increasing the risk that teens and college students will commit suicide. And I'm sure that's not what anybody intends, but that is a very real reality of this legislation. I want to quote from the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, who's a Mormon, a Republican, and apparently a very thoughtful person. He vetoed a very similar bill in Utah 2 years ago. In his remarks, he wrote, 75,000 high school students participating in high school sports in Utah. I believe we're about 40,000 in New Hampshire. 4 transgender kids playing high school sports in Utah, us too. 1 transgender student playing girls' sports. 86% of trans youth reporting suicidality. 56% of trans youth having attempted suicide. 4 kids and only 1 of them playing girls' sports. That's what this is all about? 4 kids who aren't dominating or winning trophies or taking scholarships. 4 kids who are just trying to get through each day. 4 kids who are just trying to find some friends and feel like they are part of something. Rarely has so much fear and anger been directed at so few. Continuing with Governor Cox's remarks because he says it better than I could. I don't understand what they are going through or why they feel the way they do, but I want them to live. And all the research shows that even a little acceptance and connection can reduce suicidality significantly. For that reason, as much as any other, I have taken this action, the veto, in the hope that we can continue to work together and find a better way. If a veto override occurs, I hope we can work to find ways to show these kids that we love them and they have a place in our state. I hope we can think about what a challenging decision that was for Governor Cox, and yet he was able to be kind and compassionate. In fact, he further says there's one more important reason for this veto. When in doubt, I always try to err on the side of kindness, mercy, and compassion. I try to learn, and I am learning so much from our transgender community. I think we could all do the same. We could learn, we could have compassion, and we could defeat this unnecessary legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for coming in front of us. And thank you for sharing that. I have a question for you. How would you address the concerns that parents and constituents have brought to us around this issue? And I really want to hear how you think we should address this.
Thank you for your question. I think that is a very large body of work for us as a society to do, as well as all or some of us as legislators. It's really about people understanding that trans kids are kids and they are the sex that they believe themselves to be. And I think that largely is about personal connection. And so many folks either don't know a person who is trans or they don't realize they know a person who is trans, which to me is not unlike some decades ago. I think most people, if you ask them, do you know anybody who's gay, would have said, no, I don't think so. But in reality, given the numbers, we did in fact all know somebody who's gay. And I can recall when a college friend of mine came out as gay, and at the time in the 1970s, late 70s, I'm old, our core group of friends initially struggled a bit with, who is Michelle? This is not what we expected. And I remember waking up the next day and thinking, Michelle hasn't changed. It's just we know something about her we didn't know before. She's still Michelle. She's still smart and funny and kind and my friend. And she's still my friend today. I think we have to do that same kind of thing to help people build community with folks who are trans and are just trying to live their life. They're not people to be scared of or to push back against. I don't know if that's an adequate answer, but that's what I have right now.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative. Was there anyone else who wished to testify on this bill? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing on SB 211, and in about 15-20 minutes, we'll open the next hearing. Thank you. We're going to get ready for our last hearing of the morning, which is Senate Bill 33, relative to the regulation of public school materials. And once again, we welcome Senator Avard. Thank you very much, Senator, and it's good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members. It's just like having leftovers. It's the better second time around, I think, right?
Right.
It all depends on the left.
Well, it's not liver. So anyway, I am the sponsor of SB 33FN, and basically this bill requires the local school districts to adopt and publicly post policies describing materials authorized for use by students in districts and outline procedures to address complaints alleging that the material is harmful or age inappropriate for the use of the school districts. Again, this is one of those other issues that seems to be getting national attention. And the way I look at this is basically a procedural for parents, if they have complaints, to really exercise their democratic responsibility and hold those who are either appointed or elected in office to accountability as well. You can see that as it is outlined that if a parent sees that there's material that the students are using which are extremely offensive, whether it's sexual, whether it's anti-Semitic, whether it's white supremacists or anything that really is extremely offensive to that parent, they have a right in this piece of legislation to go to the principal and say, look, I believe this is offensive and I think this is not appropriate, and go through a procedure. And the principal will have the opportunity to say, you know what, I agree with you, or I don't agree with you. And so in writing, they basically tell the reason why this really is a good material. So now the parent says, okay, I think I disagree with you. I'm going to appeal to the school board. And so the school board, who are the elected officials, will have a certain amount of time to look at this material, whatever it is. And it has to be in their next public hearing. And the material should be displayed for the public to see as the parent complains about the particular material. It has to be open to the public. Now, the school board can, in writing, say, we agree with you, and here's why. Or we disagree with you, this material is definitely appropriate for these children. And that way, they have to be accountable for the decision. And to me, that is the purest form of democracy. If you look at their ability to complain, the parents or guardians, and they offer this up, now your elected officials have to say, you know what, I disagree with you. I think this material is okay for these children. Then the next election, they can be held accountable. That's democracy. When your local taxes pay for that school board, because the schools absorb, 50, 60, maybe 70% of your local property taxes, we want to hold them a little bit accountable for some of their decision making. And so sometimes parents go to these school boards and they're dismissed. We've seen that in New Hampshire, we've seen it in Gilmington, we've seen it in other areas. And, you see it on YouTube, you see it everywhere where parents are dismissed because they're complaining, all right, you've had your 3 minutes. You've had your 2 minutes. How do you like it? And you're dismissed as though you're a troublemaker. This bill gives a little bit more authority to the parents and to the guardians. And the school board can still say, you know what, we think that material is okay. Well, that's fine. Now we know where you publicly understand, you publicly stand on this stuff. So that's the essence of this material, this particular bill. And I hope you support it. I think it really is a way for people to not be censored by a 3-minute buzzer. And I've seen it. I've witnessed it. We've seen it in New Hampshire. We've seen it around the country. it's to deny it would be okay. Why? So we want to give the parents or guardians more authority, and we want to make sure that our appointed and our elected officials are a little bit more accountable when it comes to this material. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Senator. Questions? Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm going to ask for your help because my town only has one elementary school, so we don't have a school district. What's the difference between district and principal? Because some things might be appropriate for high school that would be inappropriate for a middle school or an elementary school. Are we looking for different standards for each school in a district, or who decides those things?
Well, no, this basically would allow, say, in that school, it would allow a parent to go to the principal and say, look, this is wrong. This is an age appropriate for these children in this particular, and it goes before the principal. Now, I'm sure you have a school board.
Yes.
Yeah. And so if there's a disagreement between the parent and the principal, then there's an allotted amount of time, I believe it's 20 days, where they have a right to appeal to the school board, and in their next meeting, then they can take up the topic. And so that it's what's fit for an elementary student versus a high school student, really, it's not germane. Basically, if the parent says, this is I have an issue with this.
Okay. Follow up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I kind of got the general impression reading this, though, that the school board was setting the standard, and for the school district, and therefore you could apply it against that standard.
Well, you would first appeal to the principal.
Mm-hmm.
Then, if there's a disagreement there, then it would be to the higher level, if you will, call it a higher level, or the next level, to the school board.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Roman numeral 2 confuses me a little bit, where it says each local school board shall adopt a policy describing the materials that are authorized to be used. Does that mean specific materials? They have to list the materials, or how do they describe what they can use?
Well, within the regards of the appeal, they go before the school board. They go before the school board, and the school board has to describe what that material is and why it's okay.
Follow up?
Yes.
No, this says policy.
Mm-hmm.
Each school board should adopt a policy describing the materials authorized to be used. So this would be before a parent had a concern about a material. This says the school board has to have a policy before describing the materials. So to me, that means they have to list all the materials that it's okay to use.
Right. Well, don't the school boards approve all the material in the first place?
Not specific every book that's used in a class or that's in the library. They don't approve everything. No.
Who approves it? Who approves all the material?
Things are approved, but this sounds like it's specific. Each book that's in the library has to be approved by this policy first before it can go into a school library?
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just confused about you have, if a parent has a complaint, say something that they don't agree with that's being taught in the classroom. Is it, just a clarifying question, is it something that's actually being taught in the classroom, or is it just something that's available viewing in the hallway? Is it everything, or just something that's actually being instructed?
In the description, it says the prohibited materials harmful to minors. And the material shall mean printed material, visual presentation, web-based contents, live performances, and sound recordings, including but not limited to books, magazines, motion pictures, films or video, pamphlets, pornographic records, pictures, drawings, photographs, figures, You see where I'm going with this?
So anything available in the school at all?
That would be very harmful to the children, correct?
Okay, and now just a question about the policy, please. If I'm a parent and I object to one of these things, what if I object to 10 things? Am I having 10 hearings? Am I having, maybe there's a...
Well, you can bring that up to the principal if you want to take the time to do so, but if there are 10 different things, then maybe there is a problem in the school, and there might be one person who has the courage to identify 10 things, and if there are 10 things that need to be discussed in public, yes. I think it was Madeline O'Hara, wasn't she the first one to do this? You couldn't have a Bible in the school, remember that? She started this trend. Bibles aren't allowed in schools. That's offensive to some people. So,
Just one more follow-up, please.
Yes.
But if this is just one parent that might have an objection. You might have, the whole rest of the school might be fine with everything that's there. So we're going to have a hearing because one parent doesn't like the complaint that the principal has given them the response.
what if that one parent is the only person that has the courage to stand up and say this is harmful, and many people are afraid to speak up? Try to sit here. Many people are very, very afraid. Now, what if there are 10 things that are very harmful? Shall we shut that one voice down? That's why I say this is democracy at its finest. And are you worried about the troublemakers? Sure, there might be one. However, there might be one individual that isn't afraid to speak up and be censored by either a principal or a school board. This bill gives them the courage to speak up and allows their voices to be heard. Now, there could be cases, but there also could be cases where there are individuals there are schools that have very, very harmful material. And from what I'm hearing, there's plenty out there. There's stuff that has not been able to be read in the House hearings because they were offensive, but they're in the schools. And from my understanding, people actually walked out. That means there was a problem. If people can't hear what is being read on the House floor because it's offensive and it is in schools, that's a problem.
Representative Selleck.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. I'm curious whether you've personally served on a school board, and if you have, or if you have interacted with your school board, how you anticipate them having time, if especially some of these larger districts, or if we force school districts to merge to create countywide districts with all the many schools, how they would possibly have time for all these potential hearings related to all of these things.
I love your question. I get paid $100 to be here with all the time that I have. They need to make the time. They're paid a lot more.
That wasn't my question.
I know it's not your question, but my point is they're elected to do a job. They're elected to do a job, and just like you and I are. And it takes time. And the material is the point of this bill. The material, if it's harmful, I don't care how much time they got. Make it happen. That's your job. These kids cannot be violated by their consciences or with the materials that subject them to things that are not appropriate. If they don't want that job, don't run for office. Sometimes we have to get up here and do something that is very difficult. You might have to walk through a gauntlet of different people that are protesting against you, but you're there to do a job. That's their responsibility. We want to educate these children. We want to protect them at the same time. We want to make sure that the parents have a voice. They're the guardians. They need to make sure that their children are being taught age-appropriate material. If the school board has a problem with that, don't run.
Ask a follow-up, please.
Follow-up.
Do you see a difference between a student going to a library and choosing to take out a book that might include content a parent may object to versus content that's taught in a classroom? The student taking the choice to take out a book.
What if it's a bad choice? What if it teaches anti-Semitic material or white supremacy? What if it teaches that vaccines are bad? And that's in the school library. Some of you would have objections to that. Some of you might not. But the parent has a right, if that material is found out and they say, you know what, this shouldn't be here. What if it's talking about pedophilia and how good it is? What it was there? Well, I'm curious, what's it all about? Would you think that's okay? I don't. I don't think any of that would be okay. What if everybody's afraid to speak up? I hear time and time and time again, people whisper in my ear. On the other side of the aisle, Senator, I agree with you and thank you for standing up. I appreciate it. They can't because of bullying. It happens. It happens on both sides. If it happens to us, if it's happening to parents, it's tough. Public speaking, going against the tide, being the only voice. Come on, you see it. You know what it's like. Being the only one in the group that says, this stuff isn't good. Come on. We know what that's like. That's not easy. So this bill basically says, hey, parents, we're going to let you have a voice. Yeah, it could be 10, it could be 20. If that's the case, well, there's a problem with the library or the material in the school. Let's look into it. Let's have the school board be a little more accountable. Why do you think that's okay? Why do you think the pedophilia material in the school is okay? Why do you think the anti-Semitic material in the school is okay? What value does this have? So that's why we're here. And I hope you vote for it.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I actually have two questions, if the chair will indulge me. I'm sorry.
No, well, I'm leaving.
So, Senator, this
Try one
bill,
at a time.
I won't run off. How's that? So, essentially, this bill does not look to censure, ban, or red flag any of the questionable material. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So what this bill looks to do, according to your testimony, is add a measure of a complaint process that currently doesn't exist for parents. Is that correct?
It's procedural, correct.
Thank you.
And it allows them to speak up. It allows them to have some say where if they just go, parents can get so easily dismissed. Whether in a private meeting or on a school board, because it's not a convenient time. Maybe school boards don't want to deal with the issue and they don't want to touch it, well, here's your 2 minutes, here's your 3 minutes. This allows a little bit more transparency and it holds them a little bit more accountable so that, okay, so who's behind the microphone? That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the senator? Thank you, Senator, very much.
Committee, thank you, and I really do appreciate the questions.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, glad to see you back in action. Nancy Biederman.
I thought he left it on. Okay, Nancy Biederman, New Boston. Last year I testified about inappropriate materials and I was suggested by Representative Damon that the RSA 571B would protect my children and other children's in the district. I'm here to say it doesn't. I went and tested that hypothesis. I went to my school district January of last year. It's a long process, people, so hold on. Before I went to the school board, I went to the police department, first of all, to see and showed them and wanted to show them the materials. The police officers didn't want to see any of the materials that I found offensive. And told me to go to the school. So I did. So I met with the principal, and starting in the beginning of February, we started with the whole process. My school district, SAU 19, does have school district policy, IJL and IJLR, that goes through a lot of the procedures that are outlined in this bill. There is a couple of differences. So we met, and I brought my concerns to the committee and told them I was testing out this law. So the committee met. There are restrictions according to the reconsideration, how long they have to take to do and review these books. I brought 3 books to them. All of them were graphic depictions of sexual acts. Then in March, at the end of March, I received the reply back from the committee that said that these books were acceptable and they were not going to take them out of the library. They listed a bunch of awards. I like to point out that R-rated movies get awards. None of the awards that were given were based on merit and literacy. They were based on ideologies. And then the reasons why the review committee is, and this committee is never going to take a book out and take it out of the library, because they say that the children have intellectual freedom. And they, of course, come up with the First Amendment right. I don't believe a child has First Amendment rights. I think they have First Amendment privileges, and even adults have privileges to the First Amendment, because we've even put guardrails and guidelines on what's acceptable or not acceptable for even people to express what they say. They think this material is age appropriate. I have the pictures right here. Can I show them?
You can pass them around.
I have the pictures here. So the 3 books. In the end, the books were removed from, 2 of the 3 books were removed from the library, not because of the graphic content. They were just because of low circulation. And they had 872 pages I was sent of other library materials that were also taken out in the year of 2024. So one of the factors that I like in this bill is that it does give guidelines for each aspect. And my policy in my school district, once it went through the teachers and the principal, it then went to the superintendent. And then the superintendent, there were no guidelines in our policy as to how long it would take him to respond to me. He could have just left it on his desk and never responded to me. There was nothing for me to do as a parent. There was nothing the school board could do to mandate that he reply to me. So I did get the reply in August. So again, I started this in January. It took until August. And once you see these pictures, you're going to wonder, and I question this too, why were these books even put in the school library to begin with? Why? There is no reason these books should be in there and for students to have access to it. If I hand these papers and these graphic pictures to you and you and I are coworkers, sexual harassment charges would be filed against me. If I hand this to a child as a non-educator, I would have charges filed against me according to RSA 571A or B. So why is it acceptable for a teacher? There is no artistic, there is no literature, there is no scientific reason to have these graphic images in our school libraries. So when are we going to stop? When are we going to stop having these books being allowed to even enter the libraries in the first place? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. May I just have the title of the 3 books, please?
Sure. Let me get you. The one book that was not taken out was Pride of Baghdad. It had a rape scene in it depicted by animals. Fun Home, a family tragic comedy. And then Zara's Paradise. These are all graphic novels. that is this is where they're coming into the schools. It's the graphic novels. Those are what I'm against.
May I follow up?
Follow up?
So, would you mind just spelling Zara's first of all?
Oh,
But
sorry.
before you do that, just I also want to know what age group this has been exposed to, please.
Zara's Paradise, Zahra. This was Goffstown High School. That's grades 9 through 12.
Thank you.
Further questions? Resident Balboni.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is it your belief that this policy would change your experience going forward?
Yes, because it gives guidelines and restrictions, and honestly, I was glad to see that it actually took the superintendent out of the whole coursework of deciding whether a book was appropriate or not.
Follow up.
Yes.
So if you went through the same process again and went through and the school board determined that those materials were suitable for the library, would you be satisfied?
I would need to hear what their explanations were, and just saying it's First Amendment rights, I needed to have a little bit more, because again, based on RSA 571B and the allowability of having certain images allowed in a school district, you need to prove that it's needs to be there because of the literature. You need to be there because it's scientific or it's art-based. None of this is art-based or science or literature. And they need to prove that. But we also need to hear from the community members. And again, I have multiple parents coming up to me and saying, why are these materials in our school? How'd they get there in the first place? And they're afraid to speak up. I've been speaking up in that district about literature and materials that they've been pushing on these students since 2019. I'm not afraid. But there are many parents that are afraid for if they speak up, what's going to happen to their child? Is their child not going to make the sports team? Are they not going to be on the theater club? Are they going to get a bad grade from this teacher? Are they, they feel restricted in their rights as a parent to be able to go up there and express their concerns about what is happening in the school district.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just out of curiosity, in your personal experience, because that's all that you can elaborate on, where do you feel you're getting the pushback from as far as these materials are concerned? That's where my confusion lies. I feel like we're putting too much on the shoulders of educators these days. We're not being fair, but is it the educators that were pushing back? Was it the school board, the ideology? Where is the pushback coming from? Or is it just blanket across the board?
Personally, I never got to the school board because the superintendent did remove the books, 2 of them. I didn't go after the 3rd book because I didn't have enough evidence to go against that book. But again, I think it's the teachers and the ideologies and that they're pushing. I know the people. I'm very disturbed that my principal, that my children went to that school, thinks these images are okay to show to a child. That's very disturbed me. And I don't understand how any adult would think it was appropriate that these children look at these images at all. It's very scary to me.
May I follow up? Also, regarding when you had gone to the police department and you mentioned that they had sent you to the school district, did they feel that it was not their purview or they were uncomfortable looking at the materials? I'm just trying to get an understanding.
The sergeant that I spoke with wouldn't even look at the materials. And all he said is that I need you to go to the school district first. And because it wasn't a felony conviction and it was a minor conviction, he needed me to go through that route first. And then if the school district did not remove the books, then they would possibly look at it and possibly bring a case. But again, as far as they're concerned, it was a very low concern for them. So you don't even have it. And I know of other parents that have gone to their police departments and asked for help and assistance, even when they've been denied the books to come out. The police will not take up this case. The police departments will not act and will not follow RSA 571B.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Terry?
Yes, thank you. With respect to the three books that you've cited and perhaps other materials to which you've objected that are in the school libraries in your district,
Yes.
did you ever ask the question, or have you asked the question, how did these books end up in our school library? Who made the purchase decision and the placement decision for these books? Have you ever inquired? I'm trying to get at a responsibility and accountability here. They didn't just mysteriously drop out of space into these libraries. Did you ever ask? And
Yes.
were you told who made the purchase decisions?
Yes, the media specialist is given the rights to purchase the material according to what she sees or he sees fit. Also based on teacher requests. If a teacher is studying a certain topic, they will ask the media specialist, can we have more of these books in the library so the students have access to it for a research project? These books aren't needed for a research project. They have nothing to do with the curriculum, nothing to do with the curriculum. So again, I don't know why they're in our library. And again, that's the same thing that we run in with the Sora app. That kids have access to material and books on the Sora app that have nothing to do with our school curriculum. But in New Hampshire, we buy this big generalized consortium group of books. And there is, and we've been trying to find out who is picking out these books. And it is not local control. It is the company that Overdrive and Sora, that they say, okay, here's this package of these books, and this is what we're going to allow you to have. But as a district and you're buying this big group, you can't individually say we want this one, this one, and this one, but we don't want these two. So that's where we run into a problem too.
Follow up, one more.
So, so in addition to media specialists, you're identifying companies who are putting together packages of books on a take it or leave it basis.
From what we understand, we have been trying to figure out the mystery of the Sora app for the last 2 years, and to get information as to who decides what is on that app, what's not on that app, it is very hard to find that out. I don't have the power to make that answer. I wish I could. We can't figure it out.
It's not magic. Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Morse, did you have a question? No, okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Was there anyone else who wanted to testify on Senate Bill 33? Oh, yes, okay, yes, thank you. That's why I was asking.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Betsy Harrington. I'm from Deering. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Historically, I have worked as a sex offender counselor at our state prison here in Concord. I've also been a DCYF worker doing assessments in Portsmouth. So I feel like I have some experience. My experience here started when my freshman son brought me a book that was completely inappropriate. Actually, he brought me a picture of this kid's Chromebook who was reading the book. And he said that the algorithm only sends lesbian books to his buddy who's a 15-year-old boy. And so they open all the books and laugh and read through them and make a joke of it because that's all he keeps getting. So he showed me a picture of how it gets promoted to him with all the lesbian books listed. And so then he chose one, opened it, and then was really surprised at what was in it. So brought it to his teacher. His teacher told him it was fine. So he proceeded to read the book aloud from page 1, line 1. The name of the book was Lesbiana's Guide to Catholic School. So I took that book out and read it myself. I told him I didn't want him using the Sora app anymore and that I was going to take it over onto my own account. So you can put it on anything like a phone or a tablet or anything. So I put it on my phone. I have it on my phone if anyone wants to see how it works. And told him he can't use it anymore. And what I brought my concerns to the school, it was the first time I'd ever been to a school board meeting, and I scheduled a private meeting because I was embarrassed about what I was showing them, and it was pornography, and I didn't want anyone else to see it. Unfortunately, a teacher from the school then alerted the whole town that I was having this private meeting and told everyone to come and protest me. So she could have probably lost her job for doing that because I did not feel safe. But I went anyway. And had that, somebody here spoke about having the nerve to do it. I had the nerve to do it, I think because I'd worked at the prison and that gives me some nerve. But So I went and spoke to the school, showed them, and what they did was they banned my children from using all libraries. They decided that the only way to keep my kids safe was that my kids couldn't use any of the libraries. That was 4 years ago. My son's about to graduate. I have another son that is a junior. He's the #1 student in his class. So clearly he didn't need that library. We have a library at home and I provide him books. It's inappropriate to way the protect the children is to ban the smartest kids from the library. It worked for them. It made it so I couldn't do anything. I couldn't challenge any book. We had no challenge policy at our school at the time, SAU 34. There was no policy, so there was no challenging a book. It was, you just go away. We don't agree with you and your kids can't use the library. They have since put in a library challenge policy and have changed the policy after I have made some complaints. I also, so it's strange that it's taken me 4 years to sort of be heard, but I am being heard this year, strangely enough. And AI is a new thing to me. So just this year, just a few weeks ago, I went into AI and I showed it what I was finding. I showed it how in This Book is Gay, it hyperlinks to Match.com in the part of the book that says how sex apps work. So I showed AI, explained it to it, challenged it, and said, what are my legal implications of them sex trafficking my kids through the school library? And it gave me like 5 different things to do. It said, call the state librarian, contact the FCC and make a complaint because children under 13 can't be data mined, all these suggestions that it gave me. I went through and did everything it told me to. I called the state librarian, talked to Minnie Atwood. She ended up calling the Overdrive company, and she called me back an hour later and said, I spoke to them and I told them what you showed me, and I showed them myself because she actually brought it up while we were together on the phone and said, I can see what you're seeing, and said, I will talk to Overdrive and I will show them that hyperlink. She was not happy about the idea of book banning, but we didn't talk about book banning. We talked about sex trafficking our children through the school. And she understood that. And 3 days later, that book disappeared. I've been complaining about that book, Sex Trafficking My Kids, for 4 years. I appreciate Mindy Atwood if she was the one who got it done. I don't know if it was any of those other AI suggestions that helped, because I did report to every single agency it asked me to. And now when I search Sora, instead of seeing just the lesbian or the content that I've been seeking, the algorithm, it's changed. Now my kid gets Pete the Cat. He's a high school senior, and that's what the algorithm is showing him. So clearly something I did or something changed, because it's not as accessible anymore in the Sora app. Now, I can still go and find those library books in the physical library, not the Bible. Somebody mentioned that. There is no Bible in my library, nor is Sora library or the physical library. I don't think it's being banned, but it's not available in case anyone cares to wonder. But the hardcover book of This Book is Gay obviously doesn't have a hyperlink in it, which is what really concerned me. But the book itself teaches how to use sex apps. That's not appropriate for kids at all under any circumstances. That's not a sex ed part that we teach. So it is important that we have some boundaries around the books. We have the boundaries in every other organization, music, television, movies, all of it. But yet this one place is really missing. So I suggest we set these boundaries. Start one at a time, with these light boundaries. And then as the parents start to complain and show us more, you need to hear them. I was a sex offender counselor. I'm not just some whiny mom. I'm a real professional person telling you that we're literally sex trafficking our kids through their school libraries. They're hyperlinked to Match.com in the part of the book that says how sex apps work. The book called it a sex app, not me. I would love questions.
Any questions? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for once again coming in front of us. So my question to you is someone who worked as a sex offender counselor at the prison. Would you agree, and according to your professional opinion, that pornography could be considered an addiction?
Pornography is an addiction. Yes.
Follow up?
Follow up.
And would you agree as well that some of the people that you counseled under the sex offender program probably did have a very unhealthy addiction to pornography?
I would say most of them did.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Terry?
Thank you. In all the experiences that you've had, that you've related to us today, and I'm sure others, where have you received the greatest pushback? Who pushes back at you more than others?
I'm sure the school doesn't like me, so I would probably say the school. So, I went to that first meeting and they banned my kids from the library. Like, how else do you get, like, don't come back kind of thing? Like, I honestly felt like, wow, this is not how I thought it was going to go. I didn't think I was going to be protested. I didn't think I was going to get my kids banned from the library. I thought I was going to protect kids. So I guess it was my school and my school board. SAU 34 has not been helpful to me at all. I would say it's pretty liberal, but I'll give them this. Recently, there's been pushback, and I have to say it's coming down. Like the promotions, the sexualized promotions are lessening. I'm seeing that. So this is appropriate.
Point of order. This has
Yes,
gone
point
from
of-
school policies to pornography starting in schools and people ending up in prison. I think we're way off topic.
Thank you. Were you just about finished anyway?
Yes, I'm finished. Anything you guys want to
Any
know,
further
I'm happy to just tell my experience.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking a question. I'm going to ask the same question I asked before. Do you feel that this policy, as laid out, and you brought your concerns that you had before, and this policy had been in effect, would you be satisfied with the result?
I think so, because I think if I were able to show the people in the public this book is gay and the link and how it teaches about to use sex apps, I think if once it gets exposed to the public in that school board meeting, if the principal did not hear me and I went to a school board meeting and the books that we were talking about were exposed, I really don't think people would be agreeable to keeping those books. I think they just haven't seen them.
Follow. So you see this policy as just providing a forum for a more public outing of single parents' concerns?
I see it as, number one, you have to say what's there, right? Which means you need to provide a catalog. We did not even have a catalog, and that meant the school board members did not have a catalog. So they were responsible for what was in that library without knowing what was in that library. So they were really uncomfortable. So it's important that this whole bill, it's more than just, controlling or the ability to show an inappropriate book. It's showing what's there to begin with. Every library, as a basic principle, should have a catalog available to parents. Why would you hide what your kids have accessible in a school? It should be something to be proud of.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dave Luno, I represent the people of Hopkinton and Bow, and like I always say, people all across the lovely Granite State, because we all have statewide responsibilities, and certainly the issue before us this morning is directed at statewide responsibilities too. I want to start out just by talking a little bit about public schools, because that's part of what we get into in the education committees. So public schools and locally elected school boards are absolutely inherently American products. It's something that we've done really well right since the beginning of starting the country, and it's something that I think our country's founders put a lot of emphasis on when we were getting started. Unfortunately, bills like this and the scare tactics associated with them are clear attacks on our schools and public institutions. And I think it diverges from the processes that we've had in place for decades and centuries that have really made America the country it is and the leader of the free world. One of the things our founding fathers and the crafters of the Constitution clearly understood was that America and our states and our localities would be based on a representative democracy. And what that means is we elect a school board, and the school board is the governing body of our public schools. And that's different than having everybody that lives in the school district have a governing say in what the schools do. They work through their school boards to have their voice. And so, in fact, parents and voters do have a voice in what happens in our schools, and it's through the school board. Whether the school board has a policy or not, it's through the school board, because I think just about every school board in the state, certainly ours in Hopkinton did. I chaired it was on it for 12 years, chaired it for 8 years, and we had 2 public comment sections on every school board agenda. And sure, we'd have members of the community come in and say, ask us, or make a comment, what about this? What about this? What about this? And it would be something that all the members of the school board would hear, as well as the administrators. And it was something we always took very seriously too, because as elected board members, we're accountable to our constituents. There's always been controversial materials, whether it's in school libraries or public libraries or wherever in society. Because I was just hearing a story the other day that Montgomery County, Maryland, actually has the greatest diversity of any county in the country. So it's probably going to be really hard to please even 50% of the folks in Montgomery County, Maryland. But they do have elected school boards there who hopefully reflect the best needs and the interests of their voters and their constituents. And do so with a process. So I want to talk about that a little bit. So I do take this a little bit personally because my mom was a librarian, and she has a degree. She had a degree. She's passed now, but a master's in library science, which is a professional degree, and it's something that the State Board of Education actually requires for professionals that are hired into our public schools. So when people say things like, "Oh, it's up to their personal, feeling, just whatever I see fit to put in the library," that's not how it's done. I'm an engineer, so I understand what process is about, but professional librarians, while they're not engineers, they're professionals, and they're following a process that involves professional discretion in curating a collection, whether that's in a school library, whether that's in materials that are used in curriculum, or whether it's in your local bookstore. My folks also owned Gibson's bookstore in the 60s and 70s, so they're absolutely aware of what their community's needs are, and so I just want to leave with that. We're talking about communities, and we're talking about constituents, and we're talking about a process that involves professional discretion, involves elected school board members with accountability to the individual. But it's these people who are using their best professional discretion and their best representation to the voters, so that they can meet the needs of the community. And I think that's something that we're missing in this bill and a lot of bills like this, where and I think it came up during the questions too. About this sort of rise of the individual over the community, because I don't think at the end of the day we can't forget that, number one, public schools don't discriminate, and public schools have to meet the needs of everybody, and so we really do need to have people working together to make sure that not only these institutions continue to serve their communities, but continue to help us grow as in local towns, as a state, as a country, and make sure that our kids are equipped to be productive members of a global society. So with that, I'm happy to take a few questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm going to ask you the same question one of the questions that I asked the senator when he presented the bill. Do you see a difference between materials that are available in a library for a child to choose to take out versus materials taught in a classroom?
So, that's a good question. I mean, I think certainly in a library, a student is making an affirmative choice as to what to take out. I think in a classroom, materials are essentially delivered through the curriculum, through instruction, to the student, and students as well as their families can certainly, if something's controversial or objectionable, I think in using this bill's language, harmful, age inappropriate, or offensive, can raise that with their locally elected school board as well. So I think there's ample accountability recourse for that.
Ask a follow-up.
Quick follow-up.
Thank you. And if you as a parent had your child come home with a book you found that had content that was objectionable, would you as a parent be able to address that?
As a parent, I would certainly be able to address that. I'm not. I mean, we had both our kids attended public schools from first grade through graduated in 12th grade. After 12th grade, they did private kindergarten because my wife and I needed a full day solution for that, and that didn't exist back then. But there was never a single time or single incident in our family where I had any concern about any of the material that either of our kids were using in the classroom or using in a library. And frankly, I'd be offended if some other parent wanted to remove my child's opportunity to use the materials that they used.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm a little confused. So are you opposed to this bill?
Yes, I am opposed to the bill, and I've registered that on the pink card.
And I did not see the pink card, and thank you for the clarification. Follow-up?
Yes.
So you're opposed to the idea of any type of mechanism being put in place for a parent to address some concerns they may have about any of the materials that you so eloquently listed?
Because I think the process exists, and the process has existed for decades right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Nato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So there's some parents that are okay with some of the materials that are highly questionable in other areas. What do you do? What's your answer to the parents who want to protect their child's innocence?
Well, first of all, I think it's somewhat of an offensive question, to be honest, because that's implying that only some children are being innocent while others are not, and I think it's questioning people's parenting. So I want to separate myself from that part of your question, but I think parents certainly have an opportunity to go before their school board and raise an objection there, or even make an appointment to meet with the school principal, or even the school librarian, or even a teacher. And our school routinely had annual parent-teacher conferences, which were opportunities to raise that. I think those mechanisms have existed for a long time.
Follow up quickly.
Thank you. And in this bill I'm reading, it does cover that aspect of that. You don't see that?
No. I mean, I do see that, but I don't think it. I mean, creating inventories and things like that. I mean, most back when I was in school, yes, there was a card catalog, I think, which documented the entire collection. I'm not sure libraries are doing card catalogs anymore, and as they've been replaced with other systems. But absolutely, librarians know what is in their collection. I just don't think it needs to. I think the current process has been satisfactory to address this.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. And I'm sorry about your mother. My father passed years ago, and I'm still not over it. So
Well, she was 91. She had a very full life,
good life.
and
That's
she
good to
did a lot for her community.
Very nice. So we've heard a lot today and over the past few weeks as far as testimony about the police department necessarily not taking a look at materials. We talked about people on the House floor walking out, which I can appreciate not wanting to hear it or see it. I understand that. But we continue to circle back to let's keep it in the schools for the minors and or the public libraries. So at this point, since it's a choice, should we just remove laws that do not allow minors to have access to pornography? I mean, is that the crux of it at this point, and we just leave it?
No, I'm not suggesting we move laws. I'm suggesting that I think what we've got on the books is satisfactory. That's what I'm suggesting.
Follow up.
Thank you. All right, so secondary to that, I can appreciate what you're saying about the school board, and it sounds like you're an effective school board chair, but not all school boards operate that way. And I feel as though we have court systems that are out there, for example, for bumpers and guidelines for people that need recourse. Why wouldn't we just want to add an additional layer of recourse for parents that are kind of feeling lost out there or they don't have a voice?
So thanks, because I think they've got that opportunity already, and you've served on the school board as well. So you're the ones asking the question.
But see, I was a good chair too. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. And so I think, as a school board member, and I'm sure you're a very effective school board member as well, and took constituent feedback very seriously. And as I recall, it wouldn't just be, and this is in all areas of feedback from the members of the community. They weren't all parents and students. A lot of them were parents, but they may not have had students still in the school. They might be retirees that are living in the community that had concerns about certain things the school was considering or the school was doing. And that all mattered to me. And what I would generally say at the top of both of our public comment sections is, what's important to you is important to us. Let us know what you're thinking. And we always took that seriously.
Representative Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So you mentioned earlier about controversial materials, right? So I'm looking at 4 different pages of clear porn that are in a couple of different schools. One of Goffstown was the one that we just actually got here. Would you consider these 4 pages of porn in 3 different books controversial material that's suitable for minors?
So I haven't looked at that material. No. I'm not going to look at it from across the room, first of all, and I don't feel that I've got. I mean, I know you're probably digging for an answer, but I think what would be maybe a more valid person to answer it would be somebody that's in the making a professional decision as to what material to curate whether it's in a school library collection or a public library collection or in curriculum and instruction, and I would defer to the professional judgment of the people who hold these credentials from our State Board of Education.
Could I get a follow-up?
Follow-up quickly.
So along with the pages that I was just referring to and looking at here, this bill, to my knowledge, would kind of put safeguards in place to make sure that if a parent is upset by this, then it would be properly taken care of. Who's to say that someone on a school board is elected and wants this material in front of minors, which could be considered a potential form of pedophilia. Wouldn't this kind of protect the parents as well as the children from being socially groomed into this ideology?
So I did not look at the material you sent. So I specifically want to say I don't want to make a professional judgment because I'm not in the position of no. Don't send it down to me. I'm not. Your question again. Hit me with the last part of your question again.
This would give some added safeguards for parents and students, minors, for potential.
Should somebody on the school board want to
yes.
put that? So that's the part. Yeah, yes. That's the part. So everybody that's hired, everybody that works in a public school, whether they're volunteer or they're hired, are subject to the school board, the local school board's governance. So the local school board, absolutely. I mean, the buck stops here when it comes to everything that happens in the school. So whether it's a principal or whether it's a teacher or whether it's a librarian that are not making or not serving the public in a professional and responsible manner, yes, the school board's responsible. Now, when you get to the school board themselves, who's responsible for the school board? The voters are responsible for the school board. And if you don't like your school board members, time to vote them out. And that's how hopefully over the course of an election, with the number of voters that we even have in local elections, that school districts are electing representatives. And so this gets back to what we were talking about, the representative democracy, and how important that was to our founding fathers when getting the country going and getting the states going. So at the end of the day, yeah. If you've got a problem with your school board, then make sure you get good candidates running, and make sure you get voters to show up and vote for them.
Quickly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. So I just want to throw out there my question to you. I understand what you're saying about the local school boards and elections have consequences. I understand that, okay? But that being said, a minimum school board is probably 3 people in the smaller districts. We could do 3, 5, 7, 9 people, right? Easily with elections and 3-year cycles, it could take 10 years to cycle through a new school board. I would agree with you if you were talking about a new slate every 3 years. I can appreciate that. I apologize because I've asked it before, but I'm just back to, why wouldn't we put these guidelines in just to protect, because we're going to be cycling through 4 and 4 years of high school students.
I think
you answered that question, I think. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 33, and we'll pick up again at 1 o'clock. And in the meantime, the Republicans will caucus at lunch in this room.
Can we go get something
Quickly, yeah. Okay, yep, I gotta find Diana. Question about sex offenders.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm telling everyone else to turn on their mic, but I'm not doing it myself. So we'll start up our afternoon session. We have one bill. It's a continued hearing on Senate Bill 210, establishing a study committee to study the issue of school bullying. We already had one bill that we have passed. It was a House bill related to bullying, which we addressed a few things, including cyberbullying. But we've heard from parents, and some were not able to attend the initial hearing on SB 210. So we have scheduled this for today. And thank you very much, everybody, for coming. And we'll start up with Representative Matt Saborn. Thank you very much, Representative, for being here. And welcome to the Education Policy Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli and members of the committee. I'm Representative Matt Saborn de Chouanier from Rockingham District 30, Seabrook. I'm come before you today not only as a concerned citizen, but as a voice for countless families and children who are silently suffering within the walls of our public schools. Too many New Hampshire middle schools, violence has become a regular occurrence. Dozens of acts committed each year, with 54 last year in the Seabrook Middle School alone. Some of these instances are escalating to the point of involving local police and juvenile court. Today with me are several parents who have children in Seabrook schools who will be sharing their firsthand accounts. This is not just about schoolyard disagreements or isolated incidents. This is about a breakdown in discipline, a growing culture of fear, and a system that too often turns a blind eye instead of taking a stand. We have children entering middle school with the promise of growth, learning, and opportunity, yet for many that promise is broken by relentless bullying and unchecked aggression. In some schools, it's not uncommon for students to face threats, harassment, even physical assault, all while administrators struggle or sometimes refuse to enforce meaningful consequences. Even now, there is currently a petition going around with hundreds of signatures asking for the resignation of the SAU 21 superintendent. Let me be clear, discipline is not about punishment, it's about protection, it's about values, it's about drawing a line between what is acceptable in a safe learning environment and what is not. Without a culture of discipline, we are abandoning our kids to fend for themselves in environments that should nurture, not endanger them. But perhaps most concerning of all is the silence. Some parents have spent years afraid to speak out in Seabrook schools, fearful of retaliation, being ignored, or even being labeled as troublemakers. And that silence speaks volumes. It tells us that the systems designed to protect families and children have eroded so far that the trust has vanished. And New Hampshire is better than this. We pride ourselves in our communities, our values, and our commitment to one another. We cannot claim to hold these values, though, while children suffer in silence and parents feel powerless. I implore this body to take action with necessary legislative action to proceed. We need consistent statewide standards for bullying prevention. We need clear protocols for addressing violence. We need real accountability for schools that fail to act. And most importantly, we need to rebuild the trust of every parent and student who has felt unheard or unsafe. And this is not just about passing laws, this is about restoring dignity to our schools, safety to our children, and confidence to our communities. Let's show the people of New Hampshire that we will not tolerate silence in the face of suffering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, what SAU again was it that you mentioned?
21.
21, thank you. Questions for the representative? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So the bill in front of us is to establish a committee to study school bullying. So I assume that you're in favor of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Follow up?
Yes.
So in your testimony, what went far beyond what the bill is stating. Are you suggesting that certain topics should be included in this committee or membership, or how does your testimony relate to the bill itself?
Well, the bill is in the committee's hands, and this is the second hearing, and I trust those who have been here to go a little bit further than just a study commission.
Further questions? See none. Thank you very much. Sarah Kucherhaus. I'm sure I pronounced that incorrectly.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Cordelli. For the record, my name is Sarah Katrubis. It took me a really long time to learn how to spell it and say it myself, so would you like me to spell it for you? Okay, excellent. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony this afternoon. I am the current co-director and a co-founder of a charter school here in Concord, Synergy Academy Public Chartered School. I invite you all to come whenever you'd like to see it. I'm deeply, deeply concerned about the prevalence of bullying here in New Hampshire in our schools. I can tell you that most of my current students, at least 80% of them, have been bullied. A lot of them have been significantly bullied. And I believe that this committee has the ability to kind of bring it more to the forefront and understand what kinds of bullying we're dealing with and the repercussions of bullying. I hope that the committee can gather critical data, identify best practices, engage stakeholders, and address the diverse needs of the population of students that we have here in New Hampshire. Based on certain different criteria, like if you have a disability or you fall into a minority category, the increase in significance of bullying goes up. I wanted to give you a couple of examples, and these are not easy to say, and they are not easy to hear. I'll give you a couple of examples. Bullying is a pervasive issue that affects not only children but adults as well, and is perpetrated by both children and adults. As a mother and an educator, I've witnessed and experienced the devastating impact of bullying. Some of my students have received death threats with very specific information on how a child should commit suicide. For example, explicit instructions on how to hang yourself, what kind of rope to use, the length of rope, and where it can be purchased. A suggestion to jump off a bridge with a specific date and time so that that child will not only die from jumping off the bridge, but will most likely be hit by oncoming traffic. I have had students tormented in ways that you and I can't think about. They have been brutally beaten in bathrooms, in hallways, even in classrooms. Not in my school. Let me just be clear. These students are coming to us from other schools. And quite frankly, in my own experience, it's not that the schools who are sending us these students don't care about them. That's not it. You don't get into education because you think you're going to get summers off. You don't, but they go into it because they love students and they love teaching them. But I've also seen teachers irreparably harm students by bullying, telling them that they're uneducatable, telling them that they're stupid, joking with them about clothing, and didn't you just wear that yesterday? These are not the kinds of playground bullying that you and I might think of. This is not stuff outside of recess where someone takes someone else's lunchbox. These are devastating, constant reminders of how stupid someone is, or how ugly they are, or fat, or something about their family. I'm not sure a committee will solve the problem, but I do think it's a really good first step at gathering that important data so that we know exactly the problem that we're facing. One of the main reasons that I opened this school is because my own child's experience with bullying. The police came to our house because my son was on a hit list. These are kids. It is hard enough for me as an adult to read these things, to identify them, find out where they're coming from, and do something about it. And I am every day. But I cannot do it alone, and I cannot do it without the research necessary to figure out how to solve this problem. And so I ask that you consider passage of Senate Bill 210, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for being here. Yes, Representative Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question here. What are some of the policies in your school that you've implemented to address the bullying issues?
Sure. So we have a zero tolerance bullying policy. At our school, it is the one of three things that can get you removed: physical fighting, bullying, or bringing a weapon to school, something like that. It starts out with a conversation. These are three of my students. We talk every Friday, as much as they don't like it, about the impacts of bullying, and just a reminder: be kind. And what does that look like? So we start off ingraining that anti-bullying early. It's part of our culture. From there, if someone is continued to be bullied, they're suspended for a few days, and then a meeting is called so that we can talk about what is the catalyst. Are they in fact being bullied as well? What's causing this issue? And then the third time, they are removed from the school. As a public school, we do not have the right as a charter school to determine who we want. We do not get to pick our students. Just like any other school, if you are a New Hampshire resident and you're of high school age, and there is a spot open, we are required to take you. And that's fine. So we start that work early, often, and it's a huge part of our culture.
Follow-up?
Thank you for that answer. And last, to follow up, have you seen an increase or decrease in bullying, let's say, your school versus one of the surroundings based off of your policy differences?
Sure. That's a little bit of a trickier question because we did just open in September. So I don't have previous year's experience to compare it to. However, I will say this. My son is now 23 years old, so he was not able. We started the idea when he was still in high school. He graduated before we were able to open the school. I don't know. I can tell you that from my own experience, it seems like the kind of bullying is getting much more serious and intense. I don't have facts to base that on. Just the kinds of things I'm older, but when I used to go to school, and even in high school, kids would, pull your backpack until you fell on the floor, or they'd push you and just kind of shove you, or call you names, or slam your locker door shut. That's not what we're talking about.
Representative Terry.
In your conversations with those who are accused of bullying, and for those who will admit to doing something or other,
sure.
When you ask the question, why are you doing this? What kinds of responses do you receive from those students?
Thank you very much for that question. It's all over the map. A lot of the students who are bullying initially don't realize that what they're doing is bullying, right? So it may start out as just, I like your tie, and then couple kids giggle or laugh, but then it becomes an everyday occurrence, and then they're pulling your tie, and then it's four of them because the person has gotten their friends to get involved. A lot of times the students have never been taught what bullying truly is or what it looks like. So the first thing is education about what that looks like. What does the law say? What does it look like in practice? A good majority of them have been bullied themselves. So they are just repeating behavior that they've seen or experienced. And a lot of them don't articulate it in this way, but it's a lack of their own self-confidence or their own difficulties. Very often it is, I need to make myself feel better, and so I'm going to make you feel worse.
Yes, Representative Selleck.
Thank you. And I take it you support having the study committee for data, but I'm curious. I had a bill that unfortunately didn't make it through the House that related to studying based on a study committee from last year that required data collection from school districts that recorded numbers of incidents and how they were addressed. Do you think that we have any accurate sources of data about what's happening statewide for bullying as of right now?
All data is only as good as the input initially, right? At my school, we have a computer system that every incident is documented, the steps that were taken, the people that were involved, whether or not it's reportable to the state. There are acts of bullying that must be reported, such as a violent act or an act where there's a weapon involved. So I think your data is only as good as whatever the input it comes from. But I would strongly recommend that we do a better job allowing the Department of Education to gather this kind of information, because right now I feel like like I looked at a statistic today that said in the 22-23 school year, there were approximately 2,100 and change incidences of bullying that needed to be reported. And of those, 975-ish were considered substantiated and met that threshold where the state did need to be notified. But if you think about it this way, those are for the most severe cases of bullying, often when the police have to get involved. What about those incidences where it's just like a cyberbully? Like, we're watching you, we see what you're doing, you're stupid, or whatever the phrases of the day. I don't think that we have the data that we should, given the prevalence and the importance.
I was wondering about parental involvement when you get a report of a bullying incident. At what point do you notify the parents?
We always notify the parents. At our school, it's really important that we communicate effectively and regularly with our families. Our families are very involved in our schools. We have parents coming in and out often. We don't just support the family, the student themselves. We work with the whole family. All of these students' parents are heavily involved, and the reaction from them varies. Sometimes it's exactly what you would imagine. It was not my child wouldn't do that. And that's when we normally show them proof, right? So we have some kind of evidence. A lot of times they're just sad. They don't understand it. They don't know why. None of us want to think that our child could be a bully. So you kind of get a variation, but generally speaking, because of the way our school culture is set up, our parents are pretty involved.
Do you do an investigation before contacting the parents?
We do, depending on the circumstance. So for example, if it's a student that we are really concerned about their emotional well-being, we will call the parents first and say, this is an incident that happened. We have not investigated it fully. We want you to know because your child is really upset and they've taken a half an hour break from their class and are sitting with us in the office. So we wanted you to know. It also kind of depends on how well we know the family. Some of our families we know extraordinarily well, and we know we're going to see them at 3 o'clock when they pick up their kiddos. We're going to talk to them then. But we do have a policy in which we follow for any serious incidences.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any further questions? I'll just note for the committee that we have been invited to come over and tour Synergy right here in Concord. So at some point, we'll try and arrange that during the month of May.
Awesome. We are located right here in Concord on Foundry Street, off of exit 16. We welcome all of you. We welcome all of your questions, and we're as transparent as can be. You can ask to see anything that you'd like, whether it be our bullying policies or the way that we document our bullying policies, or you want to see all of our financials, we can show you that too. We very much support education, and I know that all of you do too. We just want to make sure that our students in the state are getting what they need, and that they're emotionally ready to learn when they come to school every day.
Thank you very much. Any
Thank
further
you.
questions?
I have a copy. I have a copies of my testimony. I'll give it.
Great. If you just hand it to the gentleman at the end.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Thank you. Leah Brown?
I stand before you today, not just as a parent, but as a desperate advocate for my daughter and countless other children suffering in silence at Seabrook Middle School. The issue of bullying has been a topic of discussion, but what I have witnessed firsthand goes beyond bullying. It is a crisis that demands our urgent attention. In 2023, my daughter faced a harrowing experience that I would never wish upon any child. After an incident on the school bus, an incident that should have raised alarms, my daughter was sexually assaulted the very next day. The principal, in a moment of accountability, apologized for neglecting to handle the previous incident with the seriousness it warranted. She assured me that the boy involved would be kept away from my daughter, but as we all know, promises without action mean nothing. What followed was a relentless cycle of harassment and bullying that was engulfed my daughter's life. This year alone, not only has she been tormented by another student, but a staff member has also crossed lines that should never be crossed. Reports of this staff member thrusting his pelvic area towards her and other female students are alarming. When I brought this to the administration's attention, their response was disheartening. They dismissed the accusations, citing my daughter's 504 plan and past trauma as reasons to doubt her credibility, while asserting the staff member's innocence based on absent witnesses. This dismissal has not only exacerbated my daughter's pain, but it has also sent her a clear message. Her suffering is inconsequential. My daughter has endured relentless verbal assaults along with threats of bodily harm, degrading comments about her appearance, her home, and her very identity. The school resource officer has filed 3 police reports regarding the student who has been bullying her, yet nothing has changed. The administration conducted an investigation that concluded this behavior does not meet their qualifications of bullying. The superintendent is in the process of trying to remove suspension in the district to better mental health. And while I understand mental health more than anyone understands, I have time to explain, these students are now taking advantage of the fact there is little to no consequences. It has emboldened them to continue hurting others because they know there is no repercussion for their action. My daughter has missed 40 days of school out of sheer terror, expressing that she does not feel safe. In response, the school has taken minimal action. They suggested escorting her throughout the day and providing her with a secluded bathroom. Meanwhile, the perpetrator walks the halls without consequence, free to continue her reign of terror. As a parent, I have made the painful decision to remove my daughter from Seabrook Middle School and place her in an environment where she can feel safe and obtain an education free from fear. Since starting her new school, she is thriving and feeling the way a child should feel in school. This is not just about my daughter. It is about every child who feels marginalized, threatened, and unprotected in our schools. We must hold our school systems accountable. SAU 21 has failed to uphold their obligations to protect our children and to adhere to their very own policies regarding bullying. This is not merely a failure of policy, it is a failure of duty and trust. Every child deserves to go to school without fear, to learn in an environment where they feel safe, respected, and valued. I urge each of you to take this issue seriously. We must investigate the failures at Seabrook Middle School and ensure that no child, including my daughter, has to experience the traumatic events that have befallen her. We must enact change, not only for our children today, but for generations to come. Thank you for your time and your commitment to safeguarding our children's futures.
Thank you. Could I ask what school she is transferred to?
I really don't feel comfortable
Okay.
saying it.
I understand. Sure.
I'm sorry.
Questions? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for coming in front of us. I know none of that could have been easy. What I'd like to glean from this is, are you supportive of this bill that's in front of us right now about forming a study committee to address those issues of bullying?
I am, ma'am.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
Appreciate your story.
I also have a copy of my statement.
Thank you. We have three Cliffords. Maybe, I don't know, if you want to grab a chair and all come up together?
Yeah, he has, Daniil specifically has his own statement. Yes.
Okay,
And I have a statement.
okay. All right, if you want to come up separately, that's fine.
Chairman Cordelli, and good afternoon, and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Clifford, and I want to thank the committee, especially Chairman Cordelli, who has been a great help for us in the past, and for your leadership in giving me the opportunity to speak about a matter that has deeply affected my family, and I believe threatens the safety and well-being of many students in New Hampshire. Our son was forced to recently leave school and the hockey program in his senior year, and we were forced to spend thousands and thousands of dollars in legal fees defending ourselves from false and retaliatory criminal charges connected to us going public with the sexual harassment, bullying, and abuse at Kennett High School in Conway. Over the course of 4 years, my son was subjected to ongoing bullying, sexual harassment, and physical abuse while attending the Kennett High School and participating in its hockey program. He was mocked for his speech impediment, targeted in lewd and degrading ways, including unwanted advances of being exposed to other players' genitalia, and told to touch and look at their private areas, including attempts to urinate on him in the shower. However, I'm going to spare I'll spare the committee further repulsive details. But finally, in January 2024, he was physically assaulted by another student and towel whipped to the eye, losing his vision temporarily, and not one person from the school or the administration asked if he was okay. Despite previously reporting bullying and abuse, little to nothing was done. We were warned by other parents that reporting this behavior to the Kennett High School administration and hockey coach would come at very high price of retaliation, which materialized into a campaign of unprecedented shunning for our son and vicious retaliation against my family and me. After reporting the physical assault to the athletic director, the administration failed to act. It took 2 months and my direct involvement with the superintendent for the school to begin what they claimed was a, quote, independent investigation. But that investigation was conducted by a lawyer from the school's district's own legal team, not a neutral party. The result was not accountability, but justification, as they refused to investigate the head coach and adults in charge of this program. The report blamed my son, citing his disability and IEP, claiming he couldn't, quote, read social cues, as if that somehow excused the abuse. The district spent over $30,000 of taxpayer money creating a report that concealed and justified the abuse. An RSA 91A right to know request that I made exposed that the law firm billing statements for the school's so-called investigation revealed consultation with the school's administration, which included numerous edits to the investigative report. Why would an independent investigatory report require so many edits after the consultation with the school's administration? Perhaps it wasn't so independent after all. The cover-up of the bullying and abuse intensified as now Conway School Board Vice Chair Mike DeGregorio stated in a conversation with a Bartlett School Board member that they were not taking the allegations of abuse against our son seriously because I was a convicted felon. To set the record straight, I have no criminal record. This set a series of in motion as a nuclear reaction in an atomic bomb, where Vice Chair DeGregorio threatened me in front of my family in public at a supermarket in Conway, New Hampshire. The Conway School Board, except Randy Davidson, held an illegal and secret meeting to oust a Bartlett School Board member, Scott Grant, who reported the defamatory statements of Vice Chair DeGregorio.
Maybe we can stick more to the bullying and we get the retaliation part.
This was all it's all been publicly reported also in the local papers up in Conway, so it's pretty extensive. But what I do want to get to is that because of this retaliatory, the events against us and our family, and the school's inability to handle the bullying and concealing it, we were forced to file a restraining order against one student and a second lawsuit against another student. And in reality, students should not have to be suing their students and teammates, but there was no other option here. This was there was no other option. So importantly, the judge in the restraining order case stated that, and I'll quote, "The January 2024 incident does appear to have been serious," meaning the assault to the eye. But he importantly added, quote, "The court also considers the fact that the school itself hears the primary legal responsibility to protect students from bullying. It is within its particular competence of school administrators to guard against and respond to such behavior. And if they should fail their responsibilities, the injured party is not without legal recourse." Unfortunately, Kennett High School didn't just simply fail to protect our son, they allegedly conspired to discredit, silence, and defame our son, and me to conceal the bullying and sexual harassment and protect certain names. But the truth is, the legal recourse in the law is extremely difficult to pursue under RSA 193F. The current law requires proof of gross negligence, which is defined as deliberate indifference in the statute. And if the school conducts the appearance of an investigation, even one biased and misleading, they may still be protected under this version of the law. The options for parents fighting a school in New Hampshire are limited and costly when schools such as Kennett operate with impunity and intimidation and have the unlimited taxpayer resources to overwhelm parents in a legal battle. The playing field is not level nor unbiased, and when the fox is investigating who killed the chickens in the hen house, you can't rely on the fox. It is critically important that an unbiased committee is convened to investigate the very troubling bullying and abuse issues that are being perpetrated against our innocent students here in New Hampshire. And I'd be happy to take any questions and offer my assistance when this new committee becomes available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. Questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And I think you indicated your son wanted to have read a statement.
I put that I didn't have a copy, but I'll leave you a copy of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Danielle?
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Clifford. I was a senior at Kennett High School. I say was because I was forced to leave school, obviously. I'm here today because silence is no longer an option. for not what I've been through, but not without the same things that are still happening inside Kennett High School and their hockey program. I gave 4 years of Kennett hockey and it broke me. I came forward to report sexual harassment, violence, and humiliation. Instead of being protected, I was punished, isolated, and bullied and pushed out. Not just from the team, but from the school itself. I had to walk away from both hockey and Kennett High School because the emotional damage became unbearable. There's a culture inside Kennett High School and the hockey program that protects abusers and silences victims. And I've not just seen it with myself, but with multiple people that are older than me and graduated 3-4 years back. I experienced things no one should have to go through. Guys obscenely exposing themselves in the locker room, simulating masturbation in the showers, trying to urinate on me and other players, mocking my stuttering and threatening me when I spoke up. I was physically attacked and lost my vision in one eye after being assaulted. I received threats and intimidation when I spoke up. Also got my hockey gear vandalized and found my sneakers in the trash filled with popcorn multiple times. What's worse was that when we reported and tried to go through the proper channels, nothing happened. We were ignored. People with authority and power in this community came together and protected their own. I saw it with the head coach. I saw it with the athletic department. They knew what was happening inside Kennett hockey, and they chose to look the other way. I knew that the head coach and the players would retaliate, so I spoke out again this time, publicly at multiple school board meetings, asking who was going to protect me and the other students. But still, no one was held accountable. The abusers weren't disciplined. The hockey coaches were not put on a corrective plan. The administration board acted like nothing ever happened. When the season started, I had high hopes going public would stop the retaliation. Instead, it got worse. The head coach resumed his abusive behavior towards me. He shut me out completely after I spoke up. Players wouldn't tell the truth because they know what happens if they do. They risk retaliation from the hockey coaches and from certain members of the Mount Washington Valley Youth Hockey Board that administers the school's hockey program and hold it hostage. Any player who speaks out will be exiled, accused, and demonized, just like me and my father. In fact, my innocent 13-year-old sister was excommunicated from youth hockey because I spoke out against team captain that threatened me into silence, and his family controls the hockey program with an iron fist. Because the school board and administration did nothing, we had to file a restraining order against another player who physically assaulted me in the eye, which I previously stated. We wanted to make sure I could finish my senior year without being abused again. The judge initially granted the order and kept the case open because of how serious it was. When hockey started in December, I hoped for a normal season like any other kid. I had a restraining order in place. I just wanted to go to school, play hockey, enjoy my last year. But retaliation picked up again immediately. The same players were exposing themselves, acting obscenely. Coach Mike Lane refused to speak to me. He shut me out from the team completely. On December 1924, Coach Mike Lane was finally served legal papers by the sheriff. That same day, Principal Kevin Carpenter of Kennett High School was also served a subpoena. Ironically, the next day, I was suddenly accused of assaulting another player. Principal Carpenter, athletic director Neil Weaver, called my father, demanding to meet even through school was on Christmas break. My dad told me about it, and I was having a mental breakdown at the time. He took me to the doctor, so she was so concerned she made a mandatory report of abuse against me. I was terrified that I would get the retaliation. Retaliation would get worse, and it did. It became so hard to go to school or play. Varsity players refused to speak to me. They stood away during practice. I sat alone on the bench. Only a couple of JV players would talk to me. I'd been exiled, and it was only 2 weeks into the season. Coach Lane didn't speak to me at all. He forced me to practice with the freshmen all the time. After my father emailed about the sexual harassment on December 21st, Lane refused to let me play at any of the Christmas tournaments. This school administration hockey leadership have done everything they can do to hide what's happening. I never wanted it to go this far. All I wanted was to go to school, play hockey, and graduate like any normal person. Now, I don't even know how to get my life back after all this. If I knew it would be like this, I might have just kept quiet and tried to survive it. But it shouldn't have to be this way. I'm not just vouching for myself, but countless of other students who got affected by the same program. I'm under constant stress. My parents have been fighting this inhumane beast called the Conway school system. The administration has declared all-out war to protect on us the names, the powerful people who run the hockey program in the school.
Right. I think we get the idea. Maybe you could wrap up.
Yeah, I've one more paragraph. This is why we need this committee. We need this committee to step in to study the extent of bullying and retaliation in New Hampshire schools. We need protections for students. We need accountability for administrators. We need to make sure is that when a student asks for help, they're not being punished for it. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And this is Alina.
Yeah.
If we've had two family members, maybe if you have something new to add, otherwise, maybe you could just hand in if you have written testimony.
I just want to say good afternoon. My name is Elena Clifford. I want to address the very serious issue. So, bullying is a serious issue in our school, but what is worse is the system allows us to thrive unchecked, and that is what is happening at our school. The major problem appears to be the complete lack of accountability, where the administration operates with impunity and the school board no longer represents the students or the parents, where the school board has become nothing more than an extension of administration that is concealing the ongoing bullying and abuse.
I think we had that testimony previously.
And I just want to say that basically the problem is here, and the money that we make that pays for basically the Conway School District does not protect the victim. They protect the abuser, and they do it with our tax dollars, and this is the problem. The money that we make that pays to their salaries and their lawyers is an endless resource that is used against the parents. If a parent wants to fight back, they need thousands of dollars just to hire a lawyer, while the school has a full legal team on standby, all funded by us, the taxpayer.
I think we got all that.
So there is a big issue
do you
here.
support this committee?
And also, I wanted to mention the Department of Education. The Department of Education has become also useless. We contacted them over a year
The Department of
ago.
Education is not part of this legislation. So, maybe, do you support this legislation, the bill?
Yes, we do, because we need independent investigative committee who would keep any public school in check, because what happens right now, the public schools has enormous power and run with impunity.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amy Faley?
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? Thank you for being here.
having me. So I don't have a speech like they do because my kids actually begged me not to come today. Anytime that we speak up about, and I support this, there is definitely a problem with bullying and we need someone outside of the schools to look into it. I'm also from SAU 21. I have 3 boys. My oldest, we had to pull out of the Northampton school because it was just relentless, repeated bullying, sexual, physical, and it was all just swept under the rug, covered up. Our whole family was blacklisted, included the 2 younger brothers. He's a sophomore now at Winnicott High School, and it still follows him to this day. It was so much and so much retaliation, and the bullying is not just the kids. The bullying is also the paid staff and adults. There's no one protecting the kids, and there's no one protecting the parents. We work a lot. I take care of dying elders pretty much. So anytime I have to leave or losing money or I'm missing things I should be at, nobody wants to speak up. Nobody goes to the school board meetings. Nobody wants to speak up. They saw how my family was treated. My biggest thing is I think all kids should be protected, but my 3 kids, straight A students, they were bright lights. And after a handful of years of being at SAU 21, that is dimmed. And if you look around, it's not just my kids, it's a lot of them. You have to drag them to school. They don't want to be there. The cultures are just so flipped and upside down, and they know that nobody has their back. They know anytime that you try to follow the rules are never followed by the administration or the SAU, ever. But the retaliation is just relentless. Enrollment is dropping in SAU 21, both in the middle schools and the high school. I think we need this committee for sure, but I think it's even bigger than that. I'm not really sure what all the answers are, but it is a serious problem. And to the extent of cover up and bullying from the paid staff, that is more alarming to me. And some of the things were so graphic and so disturbing and just happening so much that it's just how I am. I want to protect everybody. I want everybody to be okay. So this one boy that was relentlessly terrorizing my children, but also children of all of the grades, they're not helping any of the kids. They're not following the rules, and they're blaming the victims, but they're also not helping the bullies. Some of the bullies, it is like a cry for help. They have horrible home lives, or they need some help. They're not stepping in on any of the sides. They're not helping the victims or the ones that are doing all the things. And school is supposed to just be where you get educated and you're safe. And if you can have some fun, that would be awesome. Some of the things that are taking place, you had asked if things you think have gotten better or worse. Unfortunately, I think they're getting much worse. When there is no accountability, when there is no transparency, they just keep leveling up and they know that they can get away with it. So it's almost brazen at this point with the kids and adults. They know there's no consequences. They know that nothing's going to happen to them. And it's just really a shame. And I agree that parents shouldn't have to take their money, because the whole reason there's the school, the buildings, is because the kids and the taxpayers. That's where the budgets come from. That's where the salaries come from. And they're not holding up their end of the deal. It's just not being run properly. And it's been out of control for so long now that I'm really not sure how we get it back in check, but it is a serious problem and it's getting much worse. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Would you take any questions? Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming. Anne Marie Banfield.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the House Education Policy and Administration. For the record, my name is Anne Marie Banfield. I'm sure you all know me by now. I'm a parental rights advocate focused on excellence in education, and today I do come here in support of SB 210. If passed, it would establish a study committee. I really support any efforts to identify the root cause of why bullying in our schools continues to be a problem in the public schools. And while I do support these efforts, I do want to mention a few important things to consider first with this committee. I want to make it very clear that any committee looking into bullying in our schools must engage many parents who've had to deal with this. It is through their experience where you will be able to dig down and look at the reasons why this problem persists. Without parents engaged and guiding the committee, I'm afraid you will be wasting your time. The remedies pushed on schools do not come from parents who've had to deal with this in the past. What we've seen is a move away from holding students accountable to a situation where bullies have become emboldened. There must always be consequences to this kind of behavior when a child is targeting another child this way. There may be remedies that can be used to help children learn to empathize and be kind, but without real consequences to this behavior, it can and it will get worse. I've worked with parents around the state who've had to deal with their children getting bullied. This problem in Seabrook is shocking. I have watched this year after year, parent after parent going before that school board with stories after stories, and they sit there stone-faced and nothing happens. It's terrible. By the time they reach me, it is a point where it's clear that the administrators are failing these children. Much of this work is worked out by parents, teachers, and school administrators in many schools. But there are still many cases where the bullying persists. One of the common complaints is that the administrators failed to adequately punish the student who is doing the bullying. This not only causes an injustice, but it can cause real trauma in the victim. I'm not talking about some of the silly things kids do to each other. Those are many times resolved. But even for a friend of mine who lives in Manchester many years ago, her daughter was thrown down the stairs in the school and hospitalized. This is what led to the current law that allows for civil action. But even with the current law, I see administrators checking boxes to make sure that if they are sued, they can say they did something. Well, for many of these kids, something is not enough. Parents also have to pay for and hire their own attorneys. These are families who are living paycheck to paycheck and do not have the funds to pursue a lawsuit. Maybe a trust fund set up by the state where all schools in the state contribute tax dollars for families to seek justice would be a good idea. Public schools use taxpayer-funded attorneys to defend themselves in court. The money is not coming out of their pockets. Bullying is one of the leading causes for families to withdraw their children from the public school. We hear stories every time there is legislation to expand the school choice program in New Hampshire. If you want to keep kids in their public school, something has to be done. Why don't school administrators deal with children who bully? Especially when they know that family can leave and take their state dollars somewhere else? That's a great question. Clearly, they aren't concerned about those tax dollars leaving as maybe we thought they would be. Otherwise, they'd be fixing a problem. This is 10, 12-year-old kids. How is it that somebody at that level cannot deal with this? I've been told that there are times when parents are not even called when there's an incident. So I want to redirect you back to HB 1558 that was passed in 2020. This law made it easier for students who've been involved in violence and sexual assault to mainstream back into the classroom. Parents wouldn't even know if their child was seated next to a student who's committed sexual assault on a girl. Under this law, they made it easier to mainstream those students back into New Hampshire schools. If you go back to 1558, you will see how RSA 193.13 was changed, which weakened the law that had been written. The language added that the district can proceed in terms of expulsions and suspensions after targeted interventions. I would suggest going back and reading the actual bill itself, 1558, to see the changes that were made to RSA 193.13 and how that law was changed. School administrators have always had the ability to apply interventions at their discretion, but now the law has changed, and with that addition of the multi-tiered system of support, we are seeing bullies treated as if they have a mental health condition. Instead of consequences, they are receiving therapeutic measures in school. Therapeutic measures are appropriate for children who truly have disabilities, but for others, they are now treated as if they need some therapeutic interventions. In my own district, SAU 21 for Winnicott, we saw $100,000 addition to the budget so that kids who would have been suspended are now sent to Seacoast Youth Services, where they will receive restorative justice therapy. This kind of therapy has received mixed results in independent studies, and teachers have reported that they've seen students take this as an intervention as a joke. If the committee is truly ready to tackle this problem in an honest way, then I fully support it. If this is another way to ignore these problems, then it's a waste of everybody's time. I can support this bill if we are ready to deal with this problem and bring relief to these families who've gone ignored in their public schools. I'm not going to continue. I've got a couple suggestions for if a committee is established, like the term gross negligence. I think that is a hard hurdle to have to climb over in order to prove that. But I think those are the kinds of things that need to be vetted out in a study committee.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Banfield? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Honorable Betty Gay.
Thank you. It's nice to come back. Y'all were very polite when I testified on this bill the first time. I think this bill is really about juvenile crime, and the people who are responsible to react to it don't know how, or are chicken themselves and afraid of the consequences. Social pressures can scare people who look like they should know what they're doing. I didn't realize bullying was still going on racial terms. I was shocked a few weeks ago when I found out from a parent that their Black children get insulted in class on a regular basis. The teacher says, form work groups. So they go approach other students, and certain ones say, oh, you can't be in our group, you're Black. I mean, that's blatant, and that's not hidden. The teachers know it. And I was told, well, the teachers really don't feel like they can do anything. That's a bunch of BS. I would talk to a principal at another school who said it's right in the instructions, the rules of SAU, that the superintendent is where the buck stops. They do have repercussions that they can mete out. But if they don't think that they're going to be supportive and required, it's not fun. So you look the other way. If kids leave the schools and go to another school, well, they solve that problem. Obviously, that's not the way to do it. So we need to I already have my opinions on what this committee should do. And one of them is you set down consequences. And you set down the good policies that the Synergy School has, which is that you have zero tolerance. It happens once, I'd say you give them a warning. It happens twice, you get detention. And it's not like in my high school, well, if a teacher gives detention, guess who has to supervise the kid? The same teacher. That's hardly fair. The kid's ruining their class, and then they have to ruin another hour of their free time. They need to have somebody who's really tough that the kids know they can't BS around. And then the third one will be suspension. Okay, I don't get to be on the committee, but I'll certainly be glad to go and be outspoken. The really impressive book that was written by the woman who decided to found a school in Harlem, and she did. All her friends said, you're crazy, you can never do it. But she was determined. And you know what their big lesson was? They learned second that they had to tell parents who sent their kids to school that the children tested so low that they would probably have to repeat the grade. That was something they learned second. The very first thing they learned was the kids had to learn to be respectful of everybody else, including themselves, because otherwise their culture was if somebody dissed you, you could slug them. And they were really
they really intently taught the kids intently about respect and how to solve differences. And the very first time a fight broke out in the halls, everybody was shocked and everybody went back to class, and that was the lesson, how you are respectful. So I doubt if public schools can do that, but we have to impose it from the supervision of the whole SAU. They have to be held accountable for enforcing the rules of safety and respect. And I think that we need to come out with some new RSAs with our bills that insist that students are treated respectfully, teachers are treated respectfully, and any SAU leadership that does not impose that needs to be called out. So,
Thank you very much. Questions for, yes, from
Thank you.
Representative Terry.
Hello, Representative Gay. The bill would charge the study committee with looking at school bullying, which would suggest that it would be inclusive of more than students. We have heard at least two persons testify that there is bullying being conducted on students by administrators, by faculty, and by other school personnel. So would you be of the understanding and be supportive of the study on school bullying being inclusive of all who are members of the school community?
certainly, and I hope the wording, I don't have a copy, so I don't know how the wording would need to be changed.
Doesn't need to be changed.
Oh, good.
It's inclusive.
Good.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Moira Ryan?
Hello, my name is Maura Ryan, and I'm an education advocate. Thank you for having me here, Senate Education Committee. House Education Committee. I only have a few points. I don't have prepared remarks, so I'm just going to be brief. My first point is that I support this bill, but I think it needs to have a couple of things. And the first thing is that it needs to add parents and students who've been affected by bullying, and also teachers who've been affected by bullying. Bullying encompasses more than just students, because it's teacher on student, student on student, teacher on teacher. So there's a lot going on in the schoolhouse, and a lot of it fails to get addressed. The second is that bullying is not about low self-esteem. That's something that we say, but it's not true. There's a famous psychologist named Rosalind Wiseman who absolutely blatantly stated this is not about self-esteem. This is about power, having power over another person. She went on to write a book called Queen Pin Moms and Kingpin Dads, which I suggest you read because it is about bullying. It's about bullying in parents. And she had this turned into a famous movie that you've probably heard of because it's called Mean Girls. On top of that, I would also want to add that students with disabilities have higher instances of bullying, and they need to be protected more. And that while restorative justice was meant to provide a second chance for students to stop them from going to the criminal justice system, it seems to be having the opposite effect, and it's teaching people that there are no consequences, which is not something that they're going to be able to avoid when they become adults. So with that said, I do support this bill. I'd also like to state that the state of Texas is having hearings on the lack of accountability for schools with bullying and other issues between teachers and students now. And that this has a lifelong effect on students and their families. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, but I do support this bill, and I'd like to see the addition of parents, students, and teachers.
Thank you very much. Questions? See none, thank you very much for coming today. And the last card we have is for Addison Kiernan.
Hi, my name's Addie Kiernan. I'm 15.
If you can move that microphone a little bit closer to you.
I go to Synergy Academy. And previously, I went to Merrimack Valley High School, and I got severely bullied there. I got death threats, and I was told, Addie, cut yourself deeper. I was told places to go that would work to kill myself. I was harassed. I was on the hockey team, and we didn't have a girls' hockey team. I was on a boys' hockey team, and I would get sexually harassed and told, "You have a fat ass," like just a bunch of gross stuff. And every time I took it to the school or to the athletic director, nothing was done. I was also bullied by my world history teacher. He tried to give me a failing grade because I wouldn't stay after with him in class for him to help me, even though all my work was done. And Merrimack Valley really traumatized me. And after going to Synergy, it's gotten a lot better. There have been a couple instances, and they've just taken care of it right away. And I think that every school needs to have the rules that Synergy has regarding bullying, because it's definitely, I don't know if I would still be here if I was at a school like MV anymore without those rules. I was told a lot of awful things. The people who were bullying me went to the school and told them I said I had a gun in my backpack without any proof. They tossed my backpack, they tossed my locker, found nothing, and still sent me home anyway without any proof of a threat. It was just awful. And I think that every school needs to be like Synergy regarding bullying. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. Good job.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, Representative Terry.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, I would just like to conclude by thanking you and the other student. I believe there was just one other student who spoke to us today, for being so brave and coming and sharing very, very painful personal experiences that you've gone through. It's very helpful to us as a committee as we decide how we're going to proceed. But I'm sure that there has been a cost to you, and maybe a cost to you, for even testifying today. And I want to thank you for your courage.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Seeing none, then we'll close the hearing on SB 210 and thank everyone, parents, everybody for coming this afternoon and sharing your stories and your thoughts on what is needed to address bullying in the state. Thank you very much.